And YouTube almost there. There we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Let me just do some bookkeeping as we get started. And see if I can get these ads on Twitch out of the way. And I'll see if this staves off the auto ads if I play them myself. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I'm not sure entirely. Just happy that we're live on Discord, live for more TTL, and then get a good copy and paste of this YouTube link, and we're all set. I need to remember to do all this copying and pasting before I go live, but there we are. So Twitch, playing ads. Once we're done with the ads, we'll get started. But here we have Chart versus SayMyName. In just over an hour, we're gonna have more TTL, so we'll see if we can get through this quickly. It'll be Monocle, High Tides, and Stranded. Haven't seen all the maps yet, I don't think. Haven't seen Tulo. I think Tulo might be the only map and Mudflow. Tulo and Mudflow I haven't seen. Did I see Quarry? Yes, I did. There was some tower rush shenanigans on the outside. Yeah. So Tulo and Mudflow, the only ones I haven't seen. An ad. Hold up. I am holding up. Yeah, so I'm testing if you're wondering on Twitch, which I guess I'll explain this after the ads. I'll just type it in the chat. In the past, it didn't seem to, but maybe I did it incorrectly. Yeah, YouTube, you guys are in the clear. You don't get ads at all. Once the ad's done, we're gonna hop right in. And third, hello Paul, how you doing? My coffee's still a bit too hot to drink, so I'll leave that out there on my desk for now. Okay, the Twitch is going crazy, telling me I have an ad break on like 2 different windows. The heck? And okay, hopefully the ad's done. So as I was saying, I'm testing that if playing the ads myself will stave off Twitch's auto ads. And by all means, it looks like it doesn't because it tells me I have another ad break. What? Ads done, I'm back. Are the ads really done? Because Twitch is telling me I have another ad break right now. Another 1-minute ad break. After I just played 3 minutes of ads. So I have no idea what this is doing. It doesn't seem to be staving off the auto ads, which I had hoped it would do. And which, by all means, I think it's supposed to do? You don't have ads right now. Is Twitch just lying to me, telling me that it's playing ads? Oh my gosh. We can Twitch, go everyone watch on YouTube. Watch on YouTube. Anyway, let's just get started here. You had ads, but do you have them right now? Because Twitch tells me I have 8 more seconds of ads. Anyway, here we go. Just add you up, I'll take the ads. No, Titanic swim team. No, you are not getting any ads. Anyway, I'm gonna warp speed through the Dark Age because we only have an hour to cast 3 games. So, we'll have Chart as the green Sicilians to the north, SayMyName as the blue Malians to the south. It is Monocle. We've seen a ton of games on Monocle so far. It's a very aggressive map, a very man-at-arms heavy map. Sicilians and Malians. The Lians. Oh, we also need Italians, Sicilians, Malians. Are there any other civs like that end in L-I-A-N-S? Italians and Malians even more. They both end in alien. Anyway, Loom for both players. Will we see there's a barracks. We'll doubtlessly see men-at-arms and sergeants. We saw this before in a Romans game. And here come the militia forward. Right, there we have 4 sets of TTL we want to cast today. These are recs from games that were played yesterday that I didn't get to cast live, and that I went to bed so that I could sleep to cast today. You're leaving work for work, or you're leaving work in an hour and 15 minutes. Well, even if you're still at work after that, we will have more games. These are just the warp speed recs. So, SayMyName up to the feudal age and a sergeant out for chart. We'll see how much of silver, gold, and platinum I'll be able to cast, because we have a lot of TTL, and I want to cast as much as I can so I know what tweaks I need to make to the maps. Good afternoon, Swiza Bulka, hello on YouTube. How are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely afternoon. He will chart all over SayMyName. You want to see some charts? Hold on. Where are we? There we go. Here are some charts for you, some graphs. Internet came back in time for stream. Trust me, Tetracycline, I love it when internet comes back in time for the stream. Anyway, the sergeants from chart coming forward, and we'll have a bit of walling in a house. Ooh, and right down the middle of those trees, a little narrow passageway for the scout to run through. Archery range here as the scout tries to hit those walls. And an archer comes forward. Doing the tweaks on stream again? We'll see, because today I'm probably going to have to end the stream at some point to deal with my car stuff. I'm waiting to get an estimate on the repairs, and then need to talk to my neighbor, whose daughter hit my car the other day. And left a big dent in the back. Doom into homelessness? Well, then they wouldn't live nearby, so they hopefully wouldn't hit it again. That sounds like exactly the plan we should do. Pulling character into the car, hit their car back as revenge. If the debris on the road in the parking space underneath my car was any indication, their car suffered some damage too. It wasn't a car; it was apparently a much larger vehicle that she had trouble fitting into the parking space. So, oh, it's Stark. Hello, Stark on YouTube. Anyway, sergeant's coming forward. Yeah, we're gonna be casting Stark later today, and going for the range. We've seen sergeants and men-at-arms go back and forth. The big advantage in this matchup will be when the Sicilians hit the castle age, and if they hit it with a good timing, their sergeants get a good boost. Extra melee armor, they go from 2 to 4. Extra attack, they go from 5 to 8, and extra hit points, they go from 50 to 75. So if you're able to take a fight just as you're up to the castle age, or even soon after, if you're up faster, you usually have a great timing on someone before they can upgrade their men-at-arms to longswords if they're going heavy into men-at-arms. Or before they can get all their crossbow upgrades, where the sergeants will have enough pierce armor that you really do need crossbow and bodkin to be able to deal with them. Feudal archers won't cut it. And here we have scale mail armor and the blacksmith in the back. Hello, Arbase. Does it have a very high win rate? I've seen one game where it was Romans and Sicilians, and I don't think that's enough to go off of. As you losing with the Sicilians. So, Vil defending the lumber camp as this is walled fully. And Sergeant's not going to take out the blacksmith. We'll keep running around. And there will be lots of towers out here on the mills. So, one thing I did hear from players is that sometimes it can be hard to place your mills properly among the shorefish. So we're going to try to address that in the map script for next week. Okay, we had a couple ideas. We don't want to change it so that those fish are so spaced that you can fit TCs and castles up here. So I'm doing a bit of experimentation to see what we can do to work out the map a bit better. You're at work sabotaging your day. However, you have a question. What is your question, John Wyatt? What is your question? So, forging on the way for SayMyName. How about the Mets? We've had one crazy off-season, haven't we? So men-at-arms here, as long as they have the hill advantage, they'll take the fight. Better micro from SayMyName. And the sergeants look like they're going down. So SayMyName managing to hold. Lons, hello, Garlic Witch. Yeah, which will Luis Robert actually be a better hitter than Acuna? And that is a very good question. Yeah, he certainly has some upside, and you hope that he gets healthy and shows what he was able to do a couple years ago when he was an all-star. But then again, you're hoping the same thing from Vientos, essentially. There's lots of like young players on the team, where if they play well, and they all play well, then that's great, but that is unlikely all of them hit their stride. I am still... the Alonso thing is upsetting, indeed. It feels like if they had done everything they did, but also retained Alonso, they would be in a much better position. And then they'd have a very clear DH and more room to trade some of their young infielders. Is the greatest mathematician of all time? Of all time? Probably Archimedes or Gauss. So, men-at-arms trying to break through the wall. Finally something other than the Koreans. I think the simple rule is if you have abundance of shorefish in a map, melee units will be relevant. I think that's very true too. I've also been encouraged by seeing that we haven't had too many siege towers on this map. We had a game where a player had essentially lost and tried to do a siege tower for fun, and it didn't really work out. So I'm hoping that the nerfs we did to them are enough that they can be used as a siege tower, but not as the taxi. We did see a game on Coast Arena where the siege tower was used to hop walls properly. So I have some hope. I have some hope for it. So, Castle Age on the way for SayMyName, and he'll be the first one up. And what I was talking about at the start, the Castle Age timing for the Sergeant is crucial to the Civ matchup, and the Sicilians being up slower doesn't look good for them. However, in terms of res collected, that's still very close. Vills are neck and neck, so we still have a pretty close game here. And more military now for Chart, so Chart going heavier into the archers and skirms, while SayMyName is trying to go up a bit faster. How did I nerf the siege towers? We nerfed them by cutting their garrison space from 10 to 5, and cutting their HP from 220 to 175. So it's less HP, so they die more quickly. And with fewer units inside, they do not reach the same max speed. So before they had a max speed of 1.3, and for reference, a knight without husbandry is 1.35. So a fully garrisoned siege tower was essentially as fast as a cav unit. And now their max speed is 1.05, and a comparison there is the longsword right now, when you get squires, is 1.06. So it's actually slightly slower than the longsword. So it might carry 5 units around instead of 10, but it'll at least be at a much slower speed. And you can still hop walls with them, you just won't put 10 units across the wall at a time, it has to be 5 at a time. But it's slightly inconvenient for micro, but it's not that bad. So 3 Vills walled in on the stone back here, and SayMyName will have to run them. Maybe a mistake from Chart that he ran the archers to the back with the sergeants. The sergeants probably needed to be over here waiting to catch Vills that ran. But he will still get 2 Vills as they go to the tower. Do LLMs help at all with making new maps? They do not. I doubt there's enough training data out there for LLMs to be effective at map scripting. Usually, one of the most useful things for LLMs is autocomplete in editors, and that can be very domain dependent on how effective the autocomplete they do is. And for map scripts, it is completely ineffective because it starts hallucinating medieval sounding words. You type in create villager or create scout, and it starts going around with create bishop or create rook, or putting some chess words in there. So it's they certainly are very useful in programming, as we have knights here from SayMyName, a chess word that actually is in Age of Empires. As the knights swoop around and start killing some archers. And Sergeant goes down, Spear taking lots of hit. And the knights cleaned up. Knights cleaned up from SayMyName. Personal take for this map, the first one to farm, and I mean switch from fish to farm, not start farms while fishing, is the one to die. It feels like that. It feels like that. There's not much wood on the map. And if you're not farming, you're also saving on wood. So if you can move out to the fish and do a couple mills here and there, then you have far more vills on food because you're not chopping as much wood. And your eco and your uptimings, well, maybe your uptimings aren't as fast because you're investing more heavily into men-at-arms. But your eco should be a lot smoother without needing the farms as long as you don't get pushed off of the shorefish. And the few games I've casted here feel like no one is farming, and everyone is going for the shorefish. So SayMyName, small army in the back, but still enough that it should be able to deal with Chart's forces here. Draw a map in Paint and give it to Cursor, it makes you a super duper map. Do I have a damage calculator? I don't. I have an old video on my YouTube explaining how damage is calculated, but there have since been some updates, such as the Sicilians, so maybe I need to make an update to that video. That's a good idea. I could maybe make a new tool for that. Or at least explain the formula again. As knights are fighting each other over here. Dravidians should be good for shore fishing. I have seen Dravidians on this map, yes. I have seen Dravidians. Remember, they do have extra carry capacity on their vills. So both players now swapping into knights. And Chart not quite able to clean this up. The few feudal archers out there still effective with the lack of +2 armor on the knights. And even just 5 archers makes a bit of a change in that fight. And there's a GG from Chart. Some players definitely would have kept fighting here. Well, that's about 1k res collected difference and maybe 8 vills of a difference. So he certainly is down. Let's see, did he scout the TCs? Yeah, he scouted at least one of the extra TCs. So yeah, as he scouts the TC, that's probably what makes him call the GG, because he says, I'm stuck on 1 TC, I know I'm down. And even if I'm not going to take a big fight and try to maybe clear the army, I recognize I'm down in military and I'm not going to come back from that TC. So here we are. I updated my overlay, so hopefully the stats all line up properly. So win for SayMyName. Better elo for Chart, but I'd still expect SayMyName to be the favored player here. As much as Chart's been around for a while, I do feel SayMyName probably has a lot more tournament experience. Yeah, so that's a 57-38 KD. Yeah, the thing about map scripting, though, is getting everything to be precisely how you want it is a very, very hacky endeavor and takes a lot of testing and debugging to make sure stuff doesn't spawn incorrectly or with missing items. And in general, one of the problems with AIs is that debugging your own code is much easier than debugging someone else's code, and that includes code written by AIs. So if you wanted to have an AI generate large parts of a map, you still need to go through the process of reading through that code, understanding the code, and debugging that code. And it's not necessarily clear that the time it takes to do that is faster than the time that you would spend doing that yourself. As long as you know very well what you're doing. I think AIs are great when you're learning a language to try to help you along with reading APIs and everything, but once you're very familiar with it, and that's kind of ingrained in you, like RMS is at this point, to me. There's also the risk that they slow you down quite a bit. About UHD messing... What happened with UHD? I've not tried play right now. Let's see, who's... Oh, Arbase is pinging us. Oh, Bad Koala versus Stark is being rescheduled. And Lamo versus Cosmonaut are still playing at that time. Okay, some updates to the schedule. There's be some way to shoehorn LLMs into it. Let's hope not. Alright, I'm going to attempt to just do a quick ad between the games as I update the scoreboard. So let's see if this keeps the auto ads off. And let's see, on the maps, that was Monocle being won by SayMyName. And for the civs, that was the Malians winning over the Sicilians. And Sicilians were Chart's #1 pick. Oh yes, we did have that. The Italians, Malians, Sicilians draft of similar endings to the names. Okay, there's a new schedule then, Arbase. Let me double check what the schedule is, so I will be rearranging my schedule today. Oh, are they playing at 17 GMT? Did I literally not have to wake up early to cast this set? And you announced that right after I started streaming? Elo matters until it doesn't. Yep. Why only 1080p on YouTube? Because I was having internet issues and I wasn't able to get the 1440p to work, or the 4K to work successfully. So I just cut it down to 1080p to hopefully resolve that and not have drops. And thank you, Luton, for the follow. Hopefully it's not too bad, but I still would like to do higher quality at some point, but I think I'll need better internet in the future. So anyway, let's just get to game number 2 then. I should update the score on this scoreboard. Here's a win for SayMyName. And it will be on High Tides. Ooh, and this is the new version of High Tides I just uploaded the other day. You missed the Siege Tower nerf? The Siege Tower nerf is just in the TTL maps. It's not an official thing, just in the maps that I scripted. Alright, so after my plan to go warp speed through this set, I think now we will slow down since the set afterwards is rescheduled and we'll have to kill time until 17 GMT. Also, Guten Morgen, Jacob. So we will have SayMyName here to the west as the blue Portuguese and Chart here to the east as the green Inca. Now, there were a couple of changes I made to the map. First was I ensured that all of your herdables spawn. That scout pushed them all far away. This was an old map, and we had a couple of issues where not all of the herdables spawned properly. Or, I mean, the hunt group spawned properly. Now I'm thinking, I'm just looking at this game, and maybe I should have actually played some games instead of just looking at the editor. Looks like, do they spread out more than deer usually do? I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go take a very good look at deer and their migrating behavior. Yeah, they're walking pretty far away. When the scout runs through, they do? Okay. Because however you place deer, there are gonna be issues. And chances that they don't spawn. And now I'm worried that if I place them the way I'm placing them now, maybe they spawn too far apart. Or walk away. Anyway, they're all there. That's what matters. And also we'll have the sheep being found by SayMyName. One thing I did, if you notice, the sheep have a couple tiles between them. I tried to replicate how they usually spawn in AOC with a couple tiles between them. That makes them easier to scout. A previous version of the map had the two sheep always directly adjacent to each other. They basically looked like this every time. Or actually like this. They'd be two groups where both sheep in the pair would be directly next to each other. And it made them hard to scout. I remember seeing that. This was an older map script I took up, and that was something I saw in older KOTD versions. Where occasionally you'd have long stretches of players not finding their sheep because they were directly across, or directly next to each other, and instead of being a couple tiles apart, made it much harder to scout them. Yeah, so the Siege Tower nerf might come into play here. We did see it with the Inca on this map before, with a player trying to avoid slingers. Is that for the TTL map scripts, we decrease their hit points and decrease their garrison capacity, so they don't have the same max speed. So Eagle will lame the goat. Ooh, tried to, but ran away. And there is a rhino down there. It has been scouted by SayMyName, but he hasn't taken it yet. And looks like Chart with the Inca is going to go for a very early drush. Remember, the Inca get double the pop space for their houses, and it looks like Chart also skipped the lumber camp. Oh, okay, so Chart has a plan with Inca on this map. He's not going for a dock, he is going for a super early drush. Downside is that SayMyName did manage to lure that Rhino in. Actually, this would have been an interesting strat if he managed to steal the Rhino with the Eagle for it early. Looking sharp. Thank you, Lemon. So, militia pushing villagers away. Militia go for that palisade, and then another militia comes over. So he did manage to take SayMyName off of wood, but only 2 vills. The other 2 vills are left on the wood there. So this might disrupt the fishing eco, but still a few straggler trees around the TC. This map has the standard 500 wood from 5 straggler trees, but the militia continue on their way. Remember the Inca military units, minus 10% food in the Dark Age. So cheaper militia. And that's a 5 militia! This is a 5 militia drush! Oh my gosh. Giving me memories of Aztecs back in the day. Needs Eagle to be looking for docks. You know, that's a good point. Maybe the Eagle early on, because the enemy's always in the same spot every single time. You're not going to be surprised by their TC location. Maybe you send the Eagle early to look for the Dockville while doing the drush, and you just send the militia forward without scouting. Or you make one quick loop to scout your opponent and then go for the dock. Or just kind of approach your opponent by going up here and then going down. Because everyone's going to try to dock in the Dark Age, and ideally the dock spot is on this island where you have the most fish, but we also have a secondary dock spot here. We added some shorefish to the shallows, so you can go for the corner dock. Hello, Hexacatty. Am I doing TTL all day? Do I know when RBW qualifier begins? RBW qualifier will be beginning tomorrow early in the day. I didn't see the exact time. Probably around 13 GMT. Oh yes, I guessed correctly. Tomorrow 13 GMT. And I'll be doing TTL. We have 2 sets of TTL today. There were going to be 3, but 1 got rescheduled. These are Rex from yesterday. So Barrack's going up for SayMyName, and didn't manage to wall out those vills. There is a fairly weak one. But if he runs too far away, the vills wall themselves. And SayMyName not getting the wall up. And here come the militia. Now this is exactly what Chart wants, finally. Able to hit some vills, but not able to kill the vills yet. His scout very low on HP. And the militia trying to kill SayMyName's scout. So Chart does have the score lead. SayMyName will be trying to wall in a vill to finish a barracks. So no barracks up yet. And we have Feudal Age on the way for Chart, as he is doing a corner dock. A very corner dock. Just to get a couple of fishing ships out. And does he have a lumber camp? Okay, he does have a lumber camp. I was thinking he might be on stragglers all this time. But yeah, he's got a lumber camp. The zebra's out in the front. And the militia and Eagle are trying to knock down the palisade. Archer range on the way for SayMyName. Nice micro saving the Eagle. Yep, nice micro to save the Eagle. If SayMyName realizes that, he attacks the Eagle with the villager if it's near a villager, and kills the Eagle. 2 HP. But now Chart's up to Feudal. He can train more Eagles if he wants, but I'd imagine Man-at-Arms comes in quickly, and I'd also imagine that Arson comes in quickly to try to break through the quick walls. When will the brackets be revealed? I do not know. Probably tomorrow morning. Hoping to sneak into top 128. Is it only 128? And they're not doing it more expansive? In the past, I thought it was larger. Map looking fun, haven't seen it before. Yeah, this was a map from Hidden Cup 3 originally that's been modified a couple of times. Been used in a few events. And hello, gamer, how you doing? It's not been filled up yet. Alright, so Scout finding the Vill behind the dock, But that Vil has a lot of HP compared to the Scout. Who wins this fight? The Vil wins the fight. The Vil wins the fight. The Scout goes down. Fire Galley probably would have finished off the Scout anyway. But that was a mistake from SayMyName, thinking he could really go for the Doc Vil, but not getting the kill. Do we have Arson yet? No Arson. +2 attack versus buildings is really important if you're going to go Men-at-Arms. But kind of surprised not to see the Man-at-Arms upgrade. Simply focusing more on that skirmisher transition, it looks like. Is this live? Nope, these are Rex. The next set we cast will be live. Men-at-Arms are very speedy these days. So fletching on the way for SayMyName. She's a fighter. She is. $96 signups right now. Oh boy. Maybe I should sign up. Maybe instead of casting the early rounds, I could play a round or two before getting eliminated. I have not played any of the Red Bull maps at all. So I would be completely crushed, but it might be fun. It's over 130 now? Okay. I don't know how it's seeded. I didn't play on the Red Bull ladder at all, so I probably wouldn't even have a seed. Did I reach the sub-goal target for voiceovers? Not yet. We're doing pretty good on the sub-goal, though. We'll see what we do this weekend. We didn't hit the 300 yet. And Fire Galley going down, maybe? Has to flee. We will have padded archer armor on the way for Chart. And fires go down. So, skirms in the back. Armor on the way for SayMyName. I would love to see Man-at-Arms right now on all those militia. I guess they're kind of hurt. Oh, thank you for gifting out subs.
It is a good day for La Ear to die.
Enjoy your Lahir quotations. Kirby dodged. So, this feels like a situation where if you had Men-at-Arms, you'd be breaking through walls. Oh my gosh, there's an overchop. There's an overchop for SayMyName. And Chart still fighting fairly equally on the water. 2 fishing ships to 2. I mean, Chart's dock is really inefficient. that dock is horrible in terms of fishing efficiency. But in terms of keeping the fish safe and fighting on the water, it's doing the job. Looks like we'll have a second dock in the middle, though, for SayMyName. Trying to get over here to place the dock down. Skirm's going for the archers, going for the other skirm. That's the AoE nostalgia vibe. This map is a nightmare as a player. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the point of the map. Kirby dodged and got ads. I tried to play the ads between the games and it seems like it didn't work. Oh, you help with the campaign achievements. Nice. Those are some of my early YouTube videos. The campaign achievements. Those early achievements were a lot of fun. They were old campaign speedrun tricks. So SayMyName running archers into a big group of skirmishers. Some scouts come over to fight, and now you especially would love to have Men-at-Arms instead of militia to deal with the scouts. Or a spear or two there. But most of the archers are cleaned. And only 3 scouts, the skirms, will do what they can to try to dive the archers. The militia, maybe themselves, are decent enough to defend against the scouts, but Chart has to get back. Chart saving up for the Castle Age, and he'll be the first one up. So I love the way he's played this. Extremely creative on the map. Using the Inca, we saw Vinch do this against Viper in KOTD, where he went for that instant drush, skipping houses and doing the barracks to try to go for disruption of Viper's Phosphoro build when Viper was Bohemians. Ended up winning that game in the end. So I don't think this was quite as extreme, but with the Inca, you have choices for how extreme you want to do that barracks. That house discount gives you some really creative ways of setting up your early game eco. And Bloodless, hello Bloodless. Why Chart no Men-at-Arms? He simply is trying to save resources on the Man-at-Arms upgrade. And, well, maybe the faster castle age time is worth it.
Okay.
So, finally looks like he's losing the dock as the scouts managed to come over. But at least he was on the water for a long time. I don't think his fish have been all that great, to be fair. I don't think the fishing has been great for him. But they will get back to the dock. And more archers and skirms coming forward, and he's going to win this fight, and he will take SayMyName off of gold. We look at SayMyName's other 2 golds, and good for him, they are in the back to the bottom left, and he can wall that up and have a very safe gold eco if he does a bit more walling. Let's see, Chart also does have a back gold as he's looking to wall himself up fully. And scouts come around. Archers come forward and Chart up to castle. Doing Bodkin. Also have gold mining castle for SayMyName, but a bit slower. Any good battles yet? This is I think a really interesting opening from Chart. I wonder if anyone else will go for it. Oh, Chart! He'd been taking hunt at the bottom, trying to sneak to take the golden stone, but 4 scouts from SayMyName find his villagers. Those scouts don't have upgrades and they're weak, so the Vills might be able to fight them off, though. The Vills are fighting this off. SayMyName thinking, oh yes, I found the Vills, but the Vills are like, I found you. It's like Hera sniping ACCM right here. And only 1 Vill going down is nice. So, Castle is just in for SayMyName, who, as the Portuguese, has been collecting stone and might be going for a castle and organ guns. And the Vill... Okay, the Vills probably should have ran farther than just doing 1 house, but they will head back as some crossbows and an eagle come down. Castle Age Eagle now. Inca Infantry have upgrades. Now in the Castle Age they will, but there are no blacksmith upgrades for the Inca so far.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
Okay.
Sim.
And scouts running around will have Elite Skirm on the way for SayMyName. As the fire galleys go down to the fires from SayMyName. Someone rush for the bottom minerals just for novelty, instead of docking at the top.
Okay.
Maybe a mule cart civ. Armenians or Georgians could do that with some type of early drush. Or some type of Armenian spear rush at the start. So wheelbarrow on the way for Chart. Spear Rush feels hard to get value out of from such an open map. Maybe, but if you do it in the Dark Age, you're forcing small walls and maybe could combo with your scout to harass a Dockville.
Okay.
Could be fun to experiment with. Did I make it? Nope, this was originally made by Algernon years ago for Hidden Cup 3.
Okay.
I just did some edits to it. Flemish could be fun too. We did see we saw the Flemish militia on Monocle. We saw Burgundian Flemish militia on Monocle, and that seemed pretty darn effective
Okay.
against men-at-arms.
Okay.
Ooh, nice skirm play, catching the crossbows, and Chart, this is not what he wants to be doing. Crossbows, all of them will be cleaned up as the knights come over. The skirm's doing their job, and he managed to harass a couple of Ills, but
Okay.
doesn't want to be losing the army like that. Now, water control also for SayMyName. He's got 9 fishing ships. The actual Vill discrepancy is huge, 66 to 49. And I'll almost always prefer actual villagers over fishing ships. But the Inca, I think, are a civ that can struggle against gunpowder late game, and the Portuguese are a great gunpowder civ.
Okay. Okay. Ari.
And Siege Workshop being constructed by SayMyName.
Okay.
As the crossbows keep wandering around and mangonels come forward. Get a good matchup versus hand cannoneers, or at least even. So it's tricky because slingers have more range if you do all the range upgrades, I think. And Just the King 99, thank you for the follow. But you also have to commit to the upgrades. And then the Portuguese usually have good siege for dealing with the slingers. So a bunch of bombard cannon get added in. Maybe even the Portuguese do their own skirms. I think it's hard to really take those fights. And cannoneers, I think, have more base damage. So in a straight up fight, I think they might actually still win. That's a good question, though. So, SayMyName, breaking through the wall, knights in skirms. We'll have 4 TCs, though, for Chart. He's in a good place to hold, especially if you can get a mangonel shot, but that'll be tricky with all the knights. And SayMyName aware of that. Doesn't quite want to dive the knights to hit the mangonel, though. Doesn't have +2 armor, and the TCs do have bodkin. This is where, if you remember your Inca, you could think about doing the armor upgrade to protect your vills. But I guess at this point that slows down your imp time. Am I happy? I've been very happy so far. I've really enjoyed casting it. And SayMyName at home, well, pushed by mangonels. Mangonels and crossbows. So Chart's still more eco. Ooh, look at the gold count for SayMyName. Needs to balance that out. Huge, huge amount of gold for him. But could probably buy his way up. And Chart clears a mangonel. And continues the push. 4 TCs to 3. And right now, lots of idled vills, but not able to push the TCs here, is SayMyName. And just about ready to click imp, we have Chart. Mangonel hitting the skirms, getting a nice shot. And look at all that wood Chart's floating. This is what you see in Silver League, right? You see someone higher elo probably would have had the market ready and been up to imp around a minute or 2 faster. And I'm still looking for that infantry armor to protect the vills. That will help out against the skirms, even just the first one because it only costs food. Take a damage away from the skirms. Like SMH. So knights, well, you can shake your head at these knights as they are not going to pick off a mangonel. And Chart's still pushing. Chart's still pushing, another mangonel comes around. Skirms come and hit the gold. And they'll be picking off vills. Vill goes down. Handcart and Imperial Age on the way. Also have Husbandry on the way for SayMyName. Last time Portuguese had so much gold, Brazil was still a colony. Oh my gosh, Stark. So awkward playing with a non-cav civ. I feel like Chart's making it work. I love seeing all the different builds we've had on this map. We've had Lithuanians and Persians and your standard hybrid civs. But we've also seen some attempts at other stuff, too, which has been nice. The Inca Drush. Inca, a pretty good hybrid map civ because of that wood discount and the llama. And ooh, that mangonel stays alive. Nice repairs from SayMyName. There I was thinking Portuguese were an African kingdom. Our base. They're in that DLC. Oh my gosh, we'll have to get Stark in sometime to co-cast. So, crossbows here, fending off the skirms, fending off the knights. They will run away. Auxiliary Militia prevented SayMyName from moving out on land. They did. I think it would have been even more effective if he somehow had denied the dock. And it's a weird thing. SayMyName, knowing that the Eagle was going with the Drush, actually could have done the first dock out here. It had maybe a better dock position. So, Chemistry, Thumb Ring on the way, and these Arbs will now have all of their offensive upgrades, and they'll be ready to dominate as there's nothing that can stop them. The only thing that can happen really are TC's, castles, and maybe towers. Ooh, will that TC go up? Is this a doubt TC? The Arbs are there. Vils will go down, but they finish it. Arbs actually, especially on a hill, can do a good job of destroying Castle Age TCs. They only have 7 Pierce Armor, so when the Arbs get to their full 10 attack, especially with the hill bonus, this TC actually would go down pretty quickly. Not something you see too often, but it's important to be aware of. Stand on the hill and you can take out the TC. Now, imagine these were Saracen Arbs, that TC would be destroyed. Maybe a mistake from Heart not to focus it. Now they say, yeah, High Tides has probably been the most popular map so far. I'm really looking forward to Coast Arena. Maybe, what if we bring back Obsidian Arrows? Don't give me Nightmares, our base. So Chart still trying to take the resources down here, adding in Squires, and with a forward castle, could go Eagles, could even add Kamyuks. Also collecting relics, he has a relic in the monastery. And nothing to stop that castle. The Arbs are still in the back, pushing, killing some Vils on the gold. And yeah, it will be an Eagle Warrior swap. That'll deal with the skirms, especially if the Inca can get their armor from Fabric Shields, +2 Pierce Armor for the Eagles. Mangonel hits a couple of Arbs, but the Mangonel goes down. And Gecko Kid, hello, hello. Do you even see a High Tide where one player is relying on Shoreline Gold versus the other relying on Mountain Gold while middle becomes a wasteland? Yeah, back for Hidden Cup 5, we tried to add a lot of Hunt and Shorefish down here to make this area more valuable. We've never really seen that pay off too much. Here Chart's using it, but not having Deep Fish down here certainly does make it tricky. Maybe I could do something and add like 4 or 5 Deep Fish in the shallows down there. Make it more worthwhile to dock. But I guess we don't really want docks so much as just more gameplay down there. We don't want double fire galleys. This isn't Kawasan, so it's a tricky thing to solve. Maybe I've seen Mongols picked on this map. Maybe Mongols might want to go down there. Exactly 1 Deep Fish down there, yes. So castle. Maybe I just need 2 Deep Fish like we had on Acropolis last season. Elite Organ Guns, good versus Elite Eagles? I'm gonna say they're good, but remember, Organs don't have the attack bonus against infantry that other gunpowder does. Kind of like Janissaries don't have the attack bonus. It's hand cannoneers that are more threatening to Eagles in this matchup. And with how speedy the Eagles are, they can actually take out Organ Guns if the Organ Guns are in the open. So it's not all that clear cut. Add a Royal Albert Hall in the bottom so people can ignore it, unless they're Goths. Eagle's still chasing hand cannoneers around. So I'm going to be checking my email constantly today because I need to get that estimate on how much my car is going to cost to get repaired. Only if we add a Nessie in the north? Ooh, we can actually add a Nessie in the north here. I think she'd fit on this map. So hand cannoneers taking out some Eagles. Eagles go down. And more Eagles coming forward. Treb fight here. That Portuguese castle looks so much nicer than that Inca one. Oh my gosh, that's so small. Now, the Inca deserve a better castle. Yeah, there are llamas on the side. That's nice. But I still need something better, as that castle will crumble and the Eagles come forward. They'll take out the bombard cannon, kill some skirms. And all in all, looks like Chart's going to be pushing on to victory to tie this at 1-1. It's on a hill, it's fine. It's fine for the fight, but aesthetically. So both players trying to take the gold in the north. TC there from SayMyName. Mining camps from Chart. That was the issue on my car. My neighbor's daughter hit the car in the parking lot.
Sim. Ao seu dispor.
TC goes down. And blast furnace conscription on the way.
Olá.
Okay.
And we'll go down on the wood line. Yeah, SayMyName floating. He's been floating gold this whole game. And hasn't quite been able to balance out the eco to spend it. He's been floating gold on a save with a gold discount too. So perhaps even less useful for the Portuguese.
Sim. Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor. Sim. Quais são as vossas ordens? Sim. Quais são as vossas ordens?
So Skirm's dealing. Oh, look at that stand ground patrol. And you're stacking up. And enough attack, they still can deal with the skirms. You have a bigger bank account and a dented trunk. Truck. Yeah, my insurance works with directly with the auto repair place, and presumably also with my neighbor's insurance. So let's get the scoreboard swapped. I have my overlay set up so we can actually see the score properly. So Chart will win that, and oh, look at that military surge as he hits Imp. That Inca discount really kicking in too. I know it was Arb and Eagle, but still having the food discount for the Eagle swap is nice. So more res collected, and a wonderful strategy from Chart, going for the instant Dark Age Inca Drush. Loved to see it. If there is a draft, I think there was a draft, yes. Bad Koala versus Stark. So Bad Koala versus Stark was supposed to be right now, but that got rescheduled. So I'm just going to finish the Rex of this set. And let's see, that's Chart tying it up 1-1. Again, we'll see if the ads stave off the auto ads. Chart wins his home map of High Tides. And we will go Inca, the very last pick Inca, winning over the Portuguese. And the final map will be Stranded. As I get some coffee. So, what do you think the civs for Stranded are? Hun's gonna be a great civ on that map with the horse to collect all the water buffalo. Plumed Archer FC Castles could be a strat for the Maya. And then Malay a good hybrid map civ as well. Italians and Byzantines and Khmer. Very different playstyles for all of them. But all good there. I'd imagine this is probably a map where I might even prefer Italians over Byzantines because they're... I don't see the map go imp that often. And I think having the earlier eco discounts probably matters more for the Italians. Yeah, also Spec Dashboard had an update. I did get the update today. So, yeah, the Spectator Dashboard website we use did get an update. I think I'll need to get used to it. Only refuses to call them the Maya. I refuse to call camels camel riders. So here we are. The map is Stranded. This will be the home map of SayMyName, all tied up 1-1. And we will have a lovely little bonfire out here with a few beach towels next to it. And a TC going up for Chart. On this map, spent a lot of time editing it to try to make the hills roughly fair in the middle. And to give a good TC spot on the big woodline and the gold. Now, if you want, you might be able to go for a stone in a woodline or find a small woodline out here. But there always will be a straight passage to go straight to the middle. And I think that usually heading there will be your best option. You dock and do a TC. You also start with a fishing ship, so you really do want to get the dock up as fast as you can so that the fishing ship drops off the food and isn't sitting out there idle. Was this played yesterday? Scared to check in case I got spoiled this game. Yes, this game was played yesterday. I don't think anyone was really casting it. So I'm going through the recs, and we'll have more TTL starting at 17 GMT. Yeah, these are recs from yesterday. Greetings, DJ. How you doing? And Red Bull qualifiers are tomorrow. Maya should be favored here. So Maya, oh, here we are. Maya down here. It always confuses me when this part of the overlay is swapped. So I've noticed this, that the left player on the top of Capture Age up here is always the top player down here. So while this Capture Age makes an effort to detect which side of the map each player is on and set the scoreboard up accordingly, it doesn't do it down here, only at the top. Although I could do that in OBS. I actually could do that in OBS and swap that manually and try to get it all synced up. That's an idea, maybe. I would just need like 2 more Windows references to the window capture and crop them. Oh, chat, I shouldn't be having ideas like this. I'm gonna spend hours editing an overlay to correct 2 pixels. And Rhino taken down by the TC. Lured in by SayMyName nicely. So the Stark Bad Koala was rescheduled. I was going to cast that, but that got rescheduled. So we're just going to wait for 17 GMT for Kozomonot Lamo. Yep, same maps for Gold, Silver, and Platinum. By the time we get to Platinum, I'll probably have watched a bunch of games and made a few small tweaks to the maps, but same maps for all of them. Here, left side and top. So like if I swap, then I put SayMyName on the left, then he's at the top there. So swapping swaps them. So lots of fish down here for chart. So this map does have the standard water map nomad feature that when you dock against the edge of the map, you don't have as much access to fish as if you were to dock in the corner, where you tend to have more fish just because there's more room on the map. Although this could mean you want to save the corner for your second dock location when you have more fishing ships. But here we can see the inefficiency of 5 fishing ships all going for 1 fish by that dock. Maybe that's just chart needing to spread them out more. Could have 2 over here, 3 over here, so they don't bump as much. He's going to start heading that way. So both players to the right, there are a ton of buffalo on this map. Okay, it does not look like playing ads between the games does anything to snooze the auto ads. So I really just have to turn the auto ads off then. That's how it works. Yeah, you can snooze them, but like you can only do that 3 times. So that's kind of useless. My goal is to keep... I need 3 minutes of ads to keep the pre-rolls off. My goal is to keep them between the games. And if I turn the auto ad manager on, it gives me a 55% split of ads instead of 30%. So if I'm going to play 3 minutes of ads, I'd rather just play 3 minutes of ads and get the higher ad split. But if I can't keep them between the games, then I'll just turn that off. So, battle for water versus battle for land. I've seen a lot of fast castle attempts on this map. I've seen a ton of fast castle attempts. And I wonder how easily you can go for harassing the fish while also fast castling. versus someone who simply goes straight feudal to fight for the fish as fast as they can. With all of these fishing ships, I get the feeling that both players are going to fast castle. And I imagine then you try to fast castle into fire ships and use the fire ships to snipe fish once you get up to the castle age. But it is still just one dock for each player. Maybe this is SayMyName going for a second dock. There is the dock. And barracks coming up here for SayMyName's Ville. And more houses come up here for chart. Water Buffalo come over for chart. I SayMyName up to the feudal age, and stable coming up on the side. 15 ads, unskippable. And oh, that buffalo taking the Ville's spot, saying no, you're gonna be idled. Oh, and the Ville gets his revenge on the buffalo, saying I will go to work today. You won't stop me. So there's a blacksmith for chart. And an archery range over on the other side for church too. We'll have a blacksmith coming up for SayMyName. So blacksmith stable. Interesting the Italians are going for the stable rather than a range. I play in the Maya, that essentially takes the unique unit, the Genoese crossbowman, out of play for the Italians. No cav for that unit to counter, so you'd probably rather go arbs in most situations. On the water, second forward dock, and fire galleys being created now for SayMyName. One fire galley here for chart. I'm still kind of surprised chart never did a second dock. In the late game, the Italians will be a much better water civ than the Maya, and remember, this, in the new DLC, the Maya, I believe they get some type of cannon galleon replacement ship, like the Droman. But so far, they do not have that, and they won't have it in this set. Chill game, chill map, chill stream. I really do enjoy Stranded as a map. I remember years ago, I played in a 2v2 tournament with ACCM, and this was one of the maps. So I brought it back for, I think it was Wandering Warriors Cup, and it was amazing there. And we've used it quite a few times since. I know I used it for 2v2s and Cartographers, and I think it was used in Warlords. It was, yeah, it was used in Warlords last year. And it's in DE itself now, because it was one of Trezini's maps. Campfire near the rugs is so cozy. Yeah, I was working on the map for Cartographers, and chat suggested that. Have a little beach party for the villagers, and I was like, oh, that's a perfect idea. A little shipwreck and a beach party. I was thinking of getting rid of the fishing ship at the start of the map. Forcing players to dock and build their own. And this fire will go down immediately as SayMyName comes forward with 3 fire galleys, and will be doing the war galley upgrade himself. And all the fish gonna hide in the corner for chart, as he's found himself in a bit of a pickle here, as he's lost all control of his fish. And this is really nice from SayMyName, as he went scouts, and he brought the scouts around the back area of Chart's beach, where if Chart would have had another Ville trying to redock, the scouts would have been there to pick off the Ville. And okay, these Villes trying to figure out how they can build a workshop. There we go. Workshop and second TC for the Italians players, so SayMyName trying to boom. Remember, this is SayMyName's home map, so I'd imagine he'd be very well practiced at it. You like the fishing ship? Makes the map a little faster. Your team fishing ship too? Okay, okay. If you feel less stranded, though, if you start with a fishing ship. I like the shipwreck. I did have a thought to begin the map with a sinking transport ship. Well, that seemed a bit silly when I tried it. So third TC coming up here for SayMyName. As that crossbow goes down. And crossbows, spear, eagle come forward. So oh wait, second TC? Did he not have a TC over here? Second TC, okay, I could have sworn he had a foundation over there. Maybe my mind's just going silly from casting too much Age of Empires. Okay, he canceled it then. He canceled it. Okay. I'm not going crazy. And he's also fishing in the corner. I was talking about the corners earlier where there are more fish, and getting your later dock out in the corner is great. At the same time, the fire ship, much better than the fire galley at destroying fishing ships. And you'll see their HP bleeding away very quickly there. And that looks like a well-positioned fire from SayMyName. And all the fishing eco from Hart will evaporate as he is falling super far behind in eco units. More fires patrolling the outside. And that's what I was saying. The very, very subtle things in the fire galley numbers in your Castle Age transition can end up determining if you have fish or not on this map. And SayMyName pulled that off much more smoothly than did Chart. At the same time, though, Chart does have that discount on the crossbows. And we'll see, will he take a mangonel shot to the face? He will! He will! And all those crossbows look like they're gonna go down. Down they go. Nice line of crossbows across the beach. So we'll have a workshop in the middle from Chart, and bloodlines on the way for SayMyName. And, ooh, nice split. I was worried there for a second, but he split at the last moment. Mine pottery is really beautiful. Okay, okay. I'll have to get some examples then. Add some pottery to any new maps we make. And hello, do all the quests. So Chart still pushing with the crossbows, needs to take out the mangonel. That mangonel extra scary, especially for someone who doesn't yet have ballistics. Makes it harder to hit the repair vills without ballistics. And that's a great hill for the mangonel to take. Yeah, 21 to 2 KD. Chart has not had much success in kills this game, but he will get a mangonel. Okay, and that shot doesn't hit. So now the crossbows can be stymied by a TC, but the mangonel push will continue. As I said at the start, I don't think this 2K4 is very realistic for a SayMyName. I imagine, especially in tournaments, he'll be a much higher rated player than that. The mangonel push continues. We did see you putting attempt to go for a Huang Rush on this map. The Ville's garrisoning in the TC, and crossbows come over to kill the Ville by the dock. Low HP dock Ville.
Shot it.
Mangonel goes for the TC. The mangonel comes over for SayMyName. And this is where the fish is kind of risky if there are crossbows there. I'm looking for a demo now. Come on, give us a demo, SayMyName. Give us a demo. And not enough repairs on the mangonel. That goes down. So this getting maybe a bit risky with crossbows in the back of his base. Crossbows still without ballistics though, so it'll be hard pressed to hit the Villes. Oh, look at them all missing.
Shot it.
Crossbows going for a knight. Knight forced back. And yeah, 0-1 food for Chart with only 3 food. Well, to be fair, he's going all in crossbow mangonel, so maybe he doesn't need food. You better hope he doesn't need food. Because he has none. Iron Archer, I just aim where they are going. Let me tell you, from the very limited experience I have shooting a bow and arrow,
Shot it.
definitely takes a lot of practice. Remember they used to give out demo CDs? I remember that. Thank you, Razdaner, for the follow, and also Mining TC Up, or Mining T, however I syllabalize that word. Thank you very much for the follow. So stable forward for SayMyName. And Mangonel on the TC. I mean, looking at the military count, 38 to 14. And some of that 14 does consist of fire galleys on the water, but here come knights. Here come some knights from SayMyName. They will pick off a Mangonel, but are there enough to kill these crossbows? I don't think so. I think the knights could go down here. Actually, I think the knights could go down here. Another Mangonel pops out, and the push on this TC could continue. Remember, all the gold is to the middle, so if you control these hills, you can actually keep your opponent off of gold. And right now, SayMyName, only one gold mine that's about to be pressured by a Mangonel. Having 3 times the eco is good. I mean, the Mets have 3 times the budget as most teams, and they still can't even sign people in free agency. I don't know if it's that good. The military is good. Almost as good as Monk's Bloodless. Almost as good. So the Mangonel's going for the TC. There's another Mangonel hits the TC to the north.
Shot it.
And crossbows run around. Hit the Ville on the wood line. What about Aztec monks? What about Spanish monks with Inquisition? And are these enough knights here? Are these, again, they'll pick off a Mangonel, but die to crossbows. We need a demo. We need a demo. SayMyName, where is the demo? All those crossbows should have been exploded by now. Trying to wall to trap the crossbows, but he's just trapping the Villes against the knights. Don't Mangonel your own crossbows, Chart. You don't have the eco to oh wait, no, that's okay, never mind. I thought that was his Mangonel. No, it's a blue Mangonel. Okay, trying to trap the crossbows in, dodging the Mangonel shot, splitting at the last moment, but repairs will come in. Okay, those house walls will help to kill the crossbows that should have died to a demo earlier. And at the same time, defensive Mangonel looks like it's still fending off the crossbows for SayMyName. He's up 87 to 28 military. And he hasn't completely won the game yet with all these crossbows he can't fight. He will need to clear them, but he's able now to go to another gold mine. And Chart has had 0 on food forever. This is his eco, trying to go 3-range cheap Maya crossbows. And he'll swing around and go for the next gold. If he could somehow get ballistics, this army would be much more threatening. He has to rebuild a lumber camp forward because he's out of wood. And all the Villes are going to run to the side and go on a little beach vacation over here. But oh my gosh, Chart sees the Villes running, and I'd say 18 Villes could die, but there will still be a 16 village or a 60 villager lead after all these Villes are cleaned. But this could be a massacre here. There are some knights moving forward. They want to pick off the Mangonel. At the same time, the Villes are running for their lives. Chart's saying, I'm going to kill all these Villes. I'll bring some crossbows back. He doesn't have ballistics. He's starting to kill them, but the knights are engaging. They will destroy the Mangonel and kill the crossbows that are around here. Extra armor coming in from the knights too now. Wheelbarrows so that these Villes can run faster. As here come the crossbows finding the Villes. They want to do a market. What's he going to do? Trade? Yes, this is Silver League. Oh, he's trying to run to his fires. I'm still waiting for a demo. And he will try to get some help from the fire ships. Crossbows can probably stay inland, though, and avoid that. Crossbows still causing pressure at the front. And there is Wheelbarrow. Oh, look at those Villes. Now they can run. Another 0.08 speed for them. Can we not trickle knights? What's that you're saying about trickling knights, our base? I have a house going up for Chart. And still no ballistics. Okay. Chart. Please, give us some quick walls. Okay, the Villes are finally found by the crossbows, as are some fishing ships. Oh, that's a lot of fishing ships that could die too. Wait a minute. Everything's gonna die here. Okay, the Villes finally getting killed. The fire ships come over though. And, oh my gosh, look at this. Look at this, and it's still a, what's that, 65 villager lead? Only 60 Vils, only 60 Vils. There we go. We're closing the gap. Here come some knights trying to kill crossbows. Say my name. A demo, please. One demo. Please, you'd kill all the crossbows. Man, we gotta teach Say My Name about demo ships. He has the upgrade for fires anyway. He needs to enjoy the demos before they're ruined in the new DLC. So crossbows all go down to the knights. Yeah, that's true. Quick walls with the 0 wood he has. Oh, he has stone, though. He has stone. He can do a gate or some stone walls. He's fine. He's fine.
Shot it.
So 32 crossbows and a mangonel. Another mangonel coming forward from the workshop. Crossbows on box formation. TC hits the crossbows. What about skirms? So SayMyName prefers knights here because he wants something to pick off the mangonels. That's the main reason for the knights, rather than skirms. And now he has 3 gold piles, so I don't think all this middle control for chart will matter. We're now up to a 75 Vil lead again. Yeah, the whole south is fished out. SayMyName needs more docks to the west. He's been on a fishing trip, and he's fished everything over here to the east. Only a couple of fish left there. He's fished his entire side of the map up to the north. He's about to fish the entire map. Oh, down here, what is this idle TC? 15 garrison space. I mean, at some point, if you have so few Vils, they can fit all inside of your TCs. I mean, it's still a military lead of 48 to 25. The crazy thing is there's still a universe where Chart wins this game. I mean, if you take this game, you put me in SayMyName's position and Hera in Chart's position, I'm sure that Hera would still win. As that is still a crazy high number of crossbows, 38, and there still isn't a way for SayMyName to push this. I think if he ever gets a castle, he could stop this, but there's so little stone on the map that a castle might not even be possible here. Has he been mining stone at all? Arbase, can you make a note to double check the stone distribution on the map, just to make sure it actually does spawn everywhere and we don't have these, like, dead areas? We should check up on that. You win this with only 1 castle, but he's got 0 stone. You'd need to buy the castle. Is he gonna lose this TC? That's 3 mangonels on a hill, and he doesn't have much wood to repair. Here come some knights from behind. Loses the mangonel at the start. And the mangonel's getting some good hits on the knights. Is this enough knights? If this is enough knights, the game is over. If it's not, then the game somehow continues. And I think it's enough. I think it's enough with the mangonel. We'll get 1 good mangonel hit as the crossbows are trying to patrol stack. And boom! There we go. That's the mangonel hit that SayMyName needed, and as the crossbows die, Chart will call the GG. So that was 40 crossbows down to 0, and as the body is still warm of that final dying crossbow, he'll call the GG. 0 on food for a while. 26 Vils to 118. And Stranded is like that sometimes. Hero mangonel. So 135 to 77 KD in favor of SayMyName, but you can see how this map can give us some wildly asymmetrical games, and with all of that military, Chart still thought maybe there's a small chance throughout most of the game with 0 on food. So I've been enjoying the TTL maps. This has been crazy. But unfortunately, one of the sets I was going to cast today got canceled, so now we need to kill some time before the next set. And that is SayMyName winning on Stranded, so congrats to SayMyName. I can actually go look at the standings, though. We can look at the standings, since I'm all caught up. I think I've casted every Silver League game so far. Oop, let me not knock my coffee over. That would be bad. And AV2, TTL, Idiot Season 5. A Bronze Link Silver League. Thoughts on the new dashboard? Let me go take a look at it after checking the stats. As everybody says, it's definitely going to take some getting used to. So these matchups coming up will have Cosmonaut, Lamo, and Nia's target. Wait, is there only one more set today, Arbase? I thought there was a second. Thank you, George, for the follow. Maybe the second got rescheduled too. So looking here at the standings, in Group A, we have Blue and Target. Did I cast them? Wait, Blue and Nia's played? Oh yeah, I casted that. Yeah. That was the first set I casted. It's been so long I forgot about it. And we had Target and Babaroom. But lots of 2-1 so far. Kambito with a good 3-0. Yeah, Moore got 3-0'd. He had a bit of a rough go about it there. Oh yeah, the gold opener. The other one is gold. That's okay, that's why it wasn't there. Yeah. So we'll have a Silver League set and then a Gold League set. Yeah, Velesa Overtaken will be gold. And then, ooh, Daniel Stone, please, coming up. Was Kambito super strong or you pudding not too strong? You pudding tried some creative strats that didn't work out for him. I think that's the best way to put it. He tried to go Sicilians on Monocle for Sergeants, which I think is a legit strat for that map, but didn't work out for him. And oh my gosh, Satan, thank you for the follow. And HZN Leap God, thank you for the follow. Look at that, Satan and God following in back-to-back follows. Will there be updates to twestaoe.net? At some point I'd like to update my website. It was kind of just a crappy experiment I threw together once when I was experimenting with CSS animations. So at some point I'll probably make it an actual website. I've been using it for tournament handbooks, and I think it's been well for that purpose. At some point I will update it. And thank you, Yuri Soros SRS for the follow. So let's see what we have in... Let's see, is this Gold League? Gold League coming up. We'll have the opening match from Gold League, which will be Velesa and Overtaken in Group A. That's Miguel, Overtaken, Prisma, Valis, Velesa, and Wide, putting the two Finns in the same bracket. TTLC. And hello there, Leap God. Thought Silver was first and people would then fill Gold? Nope, they all happened simultaneously. Silver just started slightly earlier, and then the playoffs will be staggered. Everyone is set for one season, and then they move between seasons. How many of the map scripts? Well, I did all of the maps for the TTL pool. None of them are originally my map, though. These are all from other people, and I tried to make new versions, edit them, improve them a bit. And throughout the season, I watch the games and fix bugs. Hope we see a bit of a Velesa resurgence. I miss all the Finn players. I miss the good old days of Max, Rubenstock, Velesa, Zupi. That is a classic AoE 2 team. And Pike, yes, Northern Pike. Yeah, good old Pike Patrol. We talk about Stand Ground Patrol all the time. People were around in the past would recognize Pike as a Finnish player. And we had this thing called Pike Patrol, especially with galleys, but also with crossbows, where if you timed your patrols correctly, as you were chasing retreating units, you'd get a slight speed boost and be able continually to do damage to units that were running away from you. They ended 1 point apart. Well, not as good as Hart and Vinchester. And salutes to the max for Barbarian AI. So anyway, we have to kill 90 minutes until the next TTL set. What do y'all want to do, chat? Oh, check out the dashboard. Check out the dashboard. Great. Happy Lee's updated the spectator dashboard. And that's wonderful because we'll use it to figure out what we're going to do. Hello, DeBruce. How are you? Is Gabby playing? We can stream Gabby if she's playing. I don't see her playing. Not gonna do LEL. Yeah, so this is the new Spectator Dashboard website. So this is basically my home. I live here. This is You see the star? That's my Patreon pledge to Happy Leaves. I'm paying the rent. This is the absolute best thing ever, and it's just got a visual update. And ooh, okay, one thing I like right now is that when it updated, it scrolled a bit, right? You saw that little scroll animation? It didn't just instantly jump around. I love that. It means I'm gonna misclick less often. So on hover, if I hover over this, it displays some info. And then, ooh, it's a lot of info. I like this. I'm not sure if I like that it's displayed on hover, though. I think I might prefer it if it were maybe displayed on clicking it instead of on hover. And it's just like nitpicking UI stuff. It feels maybe a bit weird that it, like, the overlay just updated and it moved while I was hovering over this. So I'm just gonna leave my mouse here and see, or on the first one. Ooh, we got John Slow playing Arena. We can cast that. Yeah, I casted Gabby's set the other day. I like this. You can kind of change the tabs. But yeah, so I think one thing would be display this on maybe clicking it. Or maybe even have a pop-up window in front of everything. Or a dialogue. Because what I'm worried about is I'm going to be clicking on tabs, and then I'll move the mouse over, and then probably trying to look at something, and then I accidentally mouse off of it. Especially since some of them are different widths for the different information that's displayed. So yeah, that's the one thing. Having this, if I could like click on it and pin it somehow, instead of hovering over it, I think that might be nicer. The other thing is it looks like somehow not everything in the background is getting blurred. I guess that's the matchup not getting blurred, or yeah, like right there, right? Like the UI updated and it moved while I was trying to look at it, and it disappeared. That's the thing I'm looking at. Yeah, that's kind of cool how it doesn't get darkened on the background, but it's also kind of hard to see, right? Because like if I have this, it's covering up the info, and it's not obvious that that match corresponds to this thing. But again, it's really cool how you're having different things down here, like saying what ladder it's on, the ranked ladder that it's streamed, what server it's on. That looks pretty nice. And I love that you can get all the little info and different stuff right here. That's great. But yeah, I like it, but I think the usability of just watching out for stuff that scrolls and somehow connecting the it's kind of covering information that it's also displaying at the same time, which is a bit awkward. But I do love the overall update by putting the timer up there and having the highlights as you go around it, and it looks a lot cleaner with every match being its own box and kind of floating around there instead of being shoved into one menu. So if I'm just looking at it and not interacting with it, I like it more, but the interaction feels like it's maybe a bit awkward right now at this point. So that's... I like how that works. Maybe this page. I'm sure you probably have some more updates planned. But yeah, now it looks different than everything else too. But yeah, everyone, go support, go to the Patreon and go support the Spectator Dashboard, because Happy Leaves does this, and without this, I have no idea how we'd cast tournament games. I would have to go into the game and search for games manually. I'm updating the other pages next. Yeah, and that's always the awkwardness of when you're doing a UI that auto updates. Of how do you handle updates while the user's looking at something without disrupting what they're looking at? And it's always an awkward thing, no matter what you do. And we're Lobbies tab? There's a Lobbies tab. It's called Browser. Separating lobbies and ongoing. Yeah, and the search here works so much better. Look, I can type in Yo, and let's see, is Mr. Yo playing somewhere? No, he's not. Well, that is a lovely username. Thank you, chat filter, for not catching that. Is Yo playing? Wait, Yo's playing a mega random team game. Oh wait, that's because he's not in a lobby. He's in the ongoing tab. There we are. And there's a mega random team game. And it's sorted by start time. Okay, my attempt to find Yo has failed. I was like, oh, I'll find someone and show how much better the search is than the in-game search. But I guess if you have a common name that's a sub-name of other names, then it might not show it that easily. We will find John Slow. Look at this. John Slow. Boom, we type his name in and we find his game. That was easy. Alright, so anyway, we'll cast something. We have our lovely list of ongoing matches right now. And I think maybe we go cast John Slow. That's a pretty good one. So let me also update my title on the stream. And so this will be Dr.Kozomonot versus Lamo at 17 GMT. And we'll just fill time until then. If the filter had regex support. It could also be a different sorting for the filter. Alright, so remind me, chat, that when I cast TTL, I need to go turn that on again. Let me just say, this is play all 1. Ranked. Ladder. Who is Zionic? I don't know, but we'll put John Slow here. Turn it on again. Thank you, MT Explorer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh, and Capture Age, not updating my text. That text box, that one in particular. I type into the box and it doesn't save my update. I tab out and then it goes back and overwrites what I typed with whatever was there before. that text box. And if I read that already. I thought I was falling behind on the follows. So this is Arena. Oh my gosh, we have a chicken funnel. Let's go. I don't know who you are, Zionic. Let me check the dashboard and see who you are. This is Zionic. I don't know who Zionic is. We'll learn a new player. There's no flag for Zionic, but Zionic is, what is their elo? Oh, look, there is a flag. They are Chinese, it looks like. They are 2185. Their highest is 2K2. And they're playing John Slow on Arena, and they know how to funnel chickens. Oh, but the chicken's walking back, though. Walking around the funnel. Mouse over the John Slow game on AOE2Rex, and it shows me now that 2 streams are casting at John Slow himself in T-West. Yep, there's a ton of useful information on the dashboard. And figuring out how to display it succinctly is definitely a challenge. And oh my gosh, funneling chickens is a challenge, and Zionic will give up on the funnel. Give up on the funnel. You refuse on principle to do the chicken funnel? The chicken funnel is my favorite thing they've added. Honestly, the fun thing about animals in AoE 2 is how you can interact with them. Whether it's fighting off the predator animals, luring in the boars, pushing the deer, scouting with the sheep. Every animal has something you can do with it, and it's not a static element like the berries or shorefish. When they added the chickens, at first I didn't really like them because they were just there and they didn't move. But then the funneling happened. I was like, oh boy, this is amazing. Funneling's probably too silly compared to the other stuff that you do with your animals, but it's a lot of fun on Arena. And it's the best thing they've added in a long time. Hover over the server to display ping. Oh, that would be cool. I don't know. Is that available as a thing? That'd be pretty cool if you could hover over the server to get ping. Think the old dashboard did the ping? Alright. Yeah, I don't know what's available in the API. That'd be cool if you could get player ping. And chicken just hunted far away from the TC. Barracks going up forward along the walls. So Zionic showing that he's doing a barracks. John Slow manages to come over and scout that. It looks like John Slow is going for a scouting in the middle right now. Barbarics will reveal his strat. That was EAPM. And Antiquity, thank you for the follow. So Zionic up to the Feudal Age. And we will have a scout fight. Will either of these players chicken out? John Slow, I think he took a hit while he was still in the Dark Age, so he will have to chicken out and run away. If your opponent runs from a scout fight, you should get a free chicken at your TC. Or if they go for a defensive castle at home and do a chicken castle instead of coming forward, that should be gifting your opponent an extra chicken. You mistook the APM for ping and thought Dad had good internet. That's a good one. That's a good one. The foxes are pretty cool. I wasn't sure what to think about them at first, but I kind of like them. The low gold that you just kind of ping into your stockpile from the middle of nowhere. But it actually works out quite well. Uses the villager gathering mechanic, interestingly. What if the opponent is vegan? If they're not eating their boars, I think that you probably should have done the castle forward. Very helpful for monk crushing. Yeah, monks need a boost these days. They've been nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. The siege tower now being a hard counter makes it rough. So bowsaw, heavy plow on the way for John Slow. Who is the Burgundians, by the way? Is the Burgundians. A very good civ, the Burgundians. Oh, look at that J dropping below the baseline of the font as a capital letter. Interesting design choice then, that capital letters drop below the font. Anyway. Hello, Boulate. Double check my YouTube comments. How is Vivi ranked higher than Yo? Probably grinds the ranked ladder more. I don't know how much Yo grinds the ladder. I know he's usually towards the top. But the ladder itself usually isn't all that competitive among top players. There are a few players who really like grinding the ladder. But lots of players who probably could grind and get a higher elo if they really wanted to. Is this the John Slow Watch channel? It's the Arena Watch channel. We don't get that many Arena games. So we watch them when we can. So castle for John Slow as the Burgundians. As I said, give a free chicken to our Magyars player here. Castle at home. Well, he didn't want to go into scouts, and no surprise that the Magyars would open with light cav on Arena. Morning Invincibility, how you doing? And hello, Rami. I hear you've been in the chat, Rami. I read your message without reading your name. Castilier hopping in and out of the castle. It has an unusual typographic choice in digital fonts indeed. Yeah, the font Capture Age uses is Open Sans Condensed. And that is likely a choice to make the font more condensed, but you see that in Capture Age, how the two lines of text overlap each other. It happens down here too. And when you start playing around with your overlay, you very well see how efficient the condensed font is compared to a normal, or compared to a more normal font at keeping the text from overflowing the boundaries of the boxes that contains it. But also some little nuances like that pop up. We're having a good UI design stream here. So relics being collected from Zionic. We'll try to get them back to the monastery. Interesting late game matchup where I don't think the Burgundians have the greatest answer to Magyar heavy cav archers. They would have to go skirms that miss the final armor, and then that would be outranged against cav archers with extra attack. So they'd probably do a good job of killing the skirmishers. And they need to rely on bombard cannon that themselves don't have siege engineers. So even though the Burgundians do get more attack, they have less range on their cannon, which might even make the heavy cav archers for the Magyars even more efficient. And 3 TC boom behind the scouts and the relics. So far so good, as Zionic will sneak in a second relic. And keeping relics away from the Burgundians, who would be getting a food bonus, is great. And so far so good for the conversions. A monk keeps walking, and they keep swapping targets as one monk gets a relic, and that should be relic number 3. Look at that. John Slow going for a relic, although if Zionic is paying attention, he should see that. And in comes a conversion. Another monk wants another conversion. Monk gets in, and monk won't get a conversion, but will get a safe relic. And the light cap's still out here running around. They need to pick off this monk. John Slow showing us the APM, letting him stand there for a bit, but he'll be getting 2 relics around the south. And that's already now 3 relics garrisoned for Zionic. He's 1 William Wallace 6, and has the relic lead against the Burgundians, so he's probably feeling pretty good about himself now. And you think of the Burgundians as a great arena civ because of their eco, and we do see John Slow pulling ahead. And usually the gunpowder is a good composition for late game arena, but here against the Magyar is a civ that I think answers that composition fairly well. So John Slow might boom and try to get a forward castle for Imp. Difficult thing in the Trebor though is Magyar Hussars that have the attack bonus against Siege. No, that was ACCM Plasma Beam. That was ACCM who was on the win streak for Red Bull. He was the one who broke that streak, but that was ACCM on the win streak. So it's Devotion and Wheelbarrow on the way for John Slow, as he will grab 2 relics. And actually be down in Villese. And adding in Wheelbarrow, so more eco upgrades with the heavy plow. But you're probably not going to afford that as many civs other than Burgundians anyway. And that's Gold Mining, Wheelbarrow, and Devotion all in. Nice civ matchup. Yeah, I'm interested in how Zionic plays this. Having the relic lead is great, and I think if he can get map control and not fall behind in eco to the Burgundians, he'll be okay. And so far, he's managed to do that. Castilier will be much weaker to monks than Light Cavar, and he still has 3 monks left. One thing he probably doesn't want is a forward castle right on his face, but even if that happens, as long as he goes up at a decent time, can treb from the safety of his own walls. So John Slow might not even want to be that aggressive with a castle. He will go for a 4th TC, sees he has map control in the middle, and will TC the stone on the outside. There's Loom coming in. And Zionic just about ready to click up. I wonder if he might be clicking up a bit too early though. There's the university on the way doing a second barracks. So it looks like it'll be a halb opening then. Okay, going for barracks. So if he's going heavy cav archer, that will probably be a later swap. Wants to open with pikemen at least to get some map control. 2-man saw, let's go. Castle Age 2-man saw for John Slow. Alright, so the Imp hero is going to be getting some map control with the halbs and trying to buy some time to maybe go for that later cav archer swap. So there's pikemen, there's scale mail armor, and Imp will be on the way assuredly any moment now with that stockpile. Assuredly any moment now. He's got the buildings, and there we go, Imp on the way, center TC. Has to be careful of the farms running out now, and this might even be heavy plow time if you're going to add in your next round of farms to try to do heavy plow before adding them. Yeah, I didn't personally get to see the Heart of Inch tiebreaker. As I said, I had a ton of car issues the other day. Oh, okay. Forward castle. Enough monks and pikemen out. Does this work? Does this work? Oh, look at the monks going for conversions. There's 1, 2, 3 conversions. Monk wants a 4th. This castle looks like it'll go up at a faster imp timing. And then if pikemen come out to defend this... Oh, second castle, though, for John Slow. Castle's one time... Oh, he stops. He abandons it and goes back. Ooh, I think he could have committed there. Maybe he doesn't want to go for a petard war. Car issues? Yes. My neighbor's daughter hit my car in the parking lot. On the same day, I also had an appointment at the DMV to do other registration stuff for the car, so it was a very busy day for me. Random car stuff all happening at the same time. And I'm constantly checking my phone because I need to get an email from the repair place of the estimate. I'd hoped to have gotten that yesterday, but I'm still waiting for it. So Ballistics, Imperial Age, and Bodkin all on the way. Yeah, it was a good day when the temperature was also -1 Fahrenheit / -18 Celsius, where I also had to do some work on the car on the outside in the cold. That was lovely. So Treb's popping out for Zionic, getting Halb on the way. John Slow will be up, and around 1k more res collected, but down a relic. And I'm still wondering if this was too fast of an uptime for Zionic, and maybe just another TC a minute slower. The way John Slow played it might have been the better strat here. We'll probably lose the Treb war against 3 castle Treb production, I would think so. And Sanjasan07, thank you for the follow. The question is, with all the Halbs out, when this castle goes down, will he then be able to rush the Treb? And for the Magyars, they really do want their castle upgrades of conscription and recurve bow in the long run. Their composition is usually trash in front, heavy cav archer in the back. And the heavy cav archers are very gold efficient because when you keep them in the back with extra range, you keep them protected, and as long as you're not losing them, you're not spending more gold on them. -18 Celsius, yes. People always try to tell me that, like, they like Celsius, but I'm like, Celsius runs from -20 to 35 where I live. That is a scale that makes no sense at all compared to 0 to 100 for Fahrenheit, which is a perfect way of measuring cold to warm. Anyway, Castilia come forward, they go for the Treb. And Treb down. Monks go for conversions on the Castilia, who still don't want to fight with the Halbs. Halbs killing a few of them. Armor on the way. And 5 Trebs for John Slow. So, lost the Treb fight. Yes, yes indeed. And now the Cav Archers will not be fully upgraded. But can John Slow do this castle? I don't think so. Maybe a bit overzealous there. Trying to start a war. And, oh, the Treb's going to deploy and try to snipe the Cav Archers. John Slow, watching all the traction Trebs, wants to get some normal Trebs in on the action. He'll get a monk. He'll get a monk. Light Cav will get 1 Treb. Repair's not there in time, but the Light Cav go down. Oh, he snipes the lumber camp. How useful. Skyrim is going down to Cav Archers. And Halb's coming over, picking off the Castilia. But finally, John Slow gets that castle he wanted, taking a bit of a score lead, slightly more res collected still. For the Magyars, you're hoping for a long-term better KD, and castling out in the back, that'll be much safer for getting the resources in. Now, this is where John Slow's eco, being able to add 3 castles for the initial Trebor, has paid off incredibly well for him. And Zionic now losing more and more map control. And these arena games can be all about map control, as the Cav Archer is sniping off some hand cannoneers. Still not heavy CA and still no recurve bow. But the Skirms, missing their final armor upgrade, will die to the Cav Archers. They will die. And Magyar Hussars now, goodbye Trebs, Magyar Hussars, they have an attack bonus against Siege, +5 against Siege, and those Trebs will go down incredibly fast if the Hussars target them. That is, okay, he gets 2 Trebs, Sometimes it's all you need. Trying to do more armor. And miss-microed at the end there. One more Hussar going for the Treb spin move, but doesn't get a hit. And another forward castle for John Slow. This is where you start to worry the castles get so far forward that the safety of the walls might provide a good trebbing spot for Zionic. And at least it's only 1 Treb for now, so he's bought himself a bit more time. We'll have Elite Castilier for John Slow, who keeps pushing. But is this a doubt castle? Do the Castilier, or do the Cav Archers stop the castle? Oh, we have a pause, a brief pause. He has recurve bow? Oh, did he do recurve bow? He must have, did he just do that? Okay, he does have recurve bow now. He does have recurve bow. He's just missing heavy Cav Archer and Parthian. Ooh, Parthian would be really important for him to add in now against the Skirms and the hand cannoneers. So now the next thing he wants to do is click Parthian. And then find a way for heavy Cav Archer, which could be tough now because he's out of res. So John Slow does have an outpost and will be looking for that castle. When I say out of res, I mean out of gold. He doesn't have much gold left in his base and will have to be relying on the market. So this gold here, still, what, he has like 3k gold. Or actually, wait, 4k gold in the base? Did I select a gold somewhere else? Okay, that's more than I thought he'd have, actually. Okay, and there's Parthian. He has Parthian on the way. Good, good, good. He has Parthian, plate guarding armor. And we'll just be missing heavy Cav Archer then. Heavy Cav Archer has conscription, got the castle text with this back castle. His eco upgrades are looking good, just missing crop rotation. And does he have food-only Magyar Hussar? Yes, he does. He does have Corvinian army. So he's just about there in terms of his eco techs, as the game tries to stabilize itself. We have an Elite Castilier. Oh, that guy is all fancy and golden now. Oh, the blacksmith goes down before the final armor comes in. Well, we get the res back. Spend it somehow. And there's a castle securing wood, but not securing gold. Oh, and actually, look at this. He has a gold mine that John Slow has seen. And maybe a bit of a lack of awareness there from John Slow, not getting the gold. And heavy Cav Archer, somehow he affords it. Maybe losing the blacksmith was a good thing, because he can do heavy Cav Archer. But now just needs more Cav Archers, and then can think about taking a fight. There's Burgundian Vineyards for John Slow. The scores are still close, but now the Treb's in a much more easy to defend position, as these Magyar Hussars not elite, and they won't have that armor now that the blacksmith is down. Those will have to repair the Treb. I'll have to repair. Magyar Hussars still, as the game lags. Have to go forward, snipe the cannon, and there is the fight. Cannon goes down. The Hussars are going to pull back. They're still fighting the Skirms, but they don't really want to fight under the castle, and they don't want to fight the Castilier. They want to be sniping the siege, and this is a good fight for John Slow, I think. I think Zionic was maybe a bit overzealous in taking that fight, and he really needs to repair his Trebs. He really needs to repair, sending the Villes, but not in time. Loses the Treb. Doesn't have enough halves out to stop the Castilier now as the Castilier come forward. The monks want some conversions. The Cav Archers still trying to kill the Castilier. And John Slow with the map control with that castle keeps pushing. Maybe he should go for the monastery, try to push out the relics. But that is now a really good fight for him, even though he's down in KD. I don't think Zionic has the eco to get the Cav Archers out. He might lose some gold control at the front there. And still not good from John Slow to allow Zionic to mine that gold out there. 3 or 4 hand cannoneers over there. Stop it. He's crop rotation. Well, crop rotation's for a really long game. And is that what we're gonna get? Sometimes you want to play the super long game as the Magyars. Sometimes it's what you want to do because you have the Magyar Hussars if you can keep castles alive in the back. So that's 3 castles for the Hussars. He did manage to do the final armor upgrade. Still adding in his upgrades, but down in pop. We'll be losing the monastery. He's desperately trying to repair the monastery. As he gets more trebs out to attack the Wonder. Does he have enough halbs to defend the trebs, though? Does he have enough cav archers to defend them? Bill's going to repair at the start. Is this John Slow taking a good fight, or is he diving in a bit too deeply? And he gets the trebs. And getting 2 trebs is nice. No repairs on this one. He'll get the 3rd treb. And that's an expensive loss for Zionic, who still, though, is killing a lot of Crustelia as they push forward. And John Slow doing masonry. Zionic simply doesn't have the pop. He needs a good extra 20 pop of cav archers, and then he'll be able to defend the trebs much better. He also still needs to get elite Magyar Hussar, and then he can snipe the trebs because John Slow doesn't have any halbs defending them. Yeah, and finally hand cannoneers going to the gold. There we go, John Slow has noticed that. And let Zionic mind that for quite a while. But the composition's starting to get there, but Zionic losing the map control, adding in more barracks for halbs. It's about how effective can the Hussars snipe siege. If they can snipe off some siege, then maybe, just maybe, there's time that Zionic can stall and keep his castle alive. He's collecting his relics again. We'll get 3 relics back. And here are the cav archers again, killing some Crustelia. But the trebs are deployed, so that means the fight has to happen. He can't run away. And the trebs trying to destroy John Slow's trebs, getting a couple of nice hits. Crustelia ready to come forward. I think the Hussars have to engage in the fight even if they lose it. Or at the very least, they have to go snipe trebs and trade trebs. Here, this is probably exactly what they don't want to do, although they are body blocking the treb a bit. Okay, maybe this is right. Maybe this is okay. Maybe this is okay. Treb's going down. Treb's going down, but he's killing the Crustelia. He's killing the Crustelia. John Slow keeps pumping them out, though. Remember, he does have vineyards. But now it's time maybe for John Slow to lose the siege. The Magyar Hussars, they are now elite. Look at that shield that they have. The Magyar Civ icon as their shield. But not sniping the trebs. They're fighting the Crustelia. And that's not what they want to do. They want the cav archers deal with that. They want to meat shield as well as they can. This is maybe where you want to be with Magyars, though. Heavy cav archer and elite Magyar Hussar. And he's certainly going to make John Slow push to take the game. And those are forward ranges for more skirms. Invent a new unit for height because people don't go from 0 to 100. And Magyar Hussars coming forward. And big fight at the front. Are the cav archers enough for this? The skirms are going down. Siege engineer is on the way for Zionic. He's still holding on in terms of score. And I still think the Magyars can hold. Maybe they have to hold for a while. John Slow wants another castle. He'll be mining that gold. Maybe they just have to hold until all the gold runs out for John Slow, of which he does still have another 2k on the map. Let's see, this will be the last of the gold and last of the cav archer production. But this is a fight the Hussars are winning, and now they go for the siege, and the trebs will go down, at least one of them. What's the attack bonus now for the elite Magyar Hussars? +8 against siege. And John Slow's army's going down. Zionic has a great KD, and that's what happens with the Magyars. At some point, he will need to do herbal medicine and heal the cav archers in the castle, but you see how inefficient the skirms are when they don't have that final armor and they die to the cav archers. Only 6 armor compared to now 12 attacks, so the skirms die quite easily. Zionic, though, dropping in pop, but still trying to push forward with the Magyar Hussars. The trebs have run out of stuff that they can treb. $5,151 skirms in a game. I think halbs should be good here. The problem is heavy cav archers are great against halbs. Remember, they also have +6 against the spear line, plus the extra range and attack of Magyars. So slowly but surely, John Slow's pushing in, but this is all a push based on his eco. This is a unit composition where if Zionic's able to get to 200 pop and stabilize, he can hold. So John Slow has to keep pushing and has to keep killing here. And maybe an opportunity for Magyar Hussars to loop around the back and try to hit the Trebs from the rear. There needs to be enough of a meat shield against the skirms, though. Yeah, and you can't trickle Treb in this situation, right? You can't trickle Treb because the Castilier pick them off one at a time. You need to have 4 or 5 Trebs so you can lose 1 or 2 and still push a castle. But now he's up to 170 pop. This is what I'm saying. He just needs to get to 200 pop somehow. 200 pop with some eco behind it. Maybe sell some wood, get more cav archers. He's almost at a spot where he can fight. John Slow wants to wall in his Trebs, and how nice would that have been? But not going to be in the cards for him. That's 2 Trebs going down, and the third will surely be destroyed. The Skirm's killing some cav archers in the meanwhile, but the Hussars are cleaning this. Now, I'm saying this, we're at 51 minutes. I have seen Dark Noob play an arena game as the Magyars that lasted 4 hours that he eventually won. Now, that is Dark Noob. But maybe Zionic's saying we need to fill the time before TTL anyway. Let's do that early crop rotation camp. The Burgundians don't have crop rotation. Tragedy of Magyar is never enough time to get their imp game going. And maybe there's enough time here.
See.
Should go champs or samurai because the champs have more pierce armor. I remember there was a game years ago. It was an old Masters of Arena. I think it was Eddie Stark, and Eddie had 1 TC and Stark had 12 at one point. All you need is 30 Magyar Cav Archers and a bit of faith. Let's see, Magyars... They don't have faith, though. They only have devotion. Yeah, no Korean mirrors. No Korean mirrors. Well, John Slow is getting the walls up. He lost the castle, though. I think Zionic has this game. I think he managed to hold long enough. What wasn't pretty, for sure, but I think he managed to hold and get to the Magyar Hussar Cav Archer composition with 3 castles remaining for pumping out the Magyar Hussars. Remember, they do train faster than normal Hussars. And see, he does need some houses. He needs to realize he's not at 200 pop. 15 extra Cav Archers makes a big difference in the fights, especially if you're trying to protect Trebs. Well, Zionic, add some houses. Give us some houses in the back. You lost some castles early. You need more houses. One of those things, you're used to being housed at 200 pop, so the alert doesn't necessarily tell you you're housed. So John Slow, no repair vills here. Will the Trebs go down in time, or will the castle be destroyed? Oh, that's so close. That Treb needs 2 more shots. And it gets 1. And the castle stands at 390 hit points. 1 Treb shot away from going down. But can it be rushed with melee units now? There are no repair vills. John Slow going to repair. Oh, Zionic needed 1 more Treb shot there, and that castle would have been destroyed. John Slow just manages to save it and has 300 stone to repair, so we can get that up close to full HP. Has Eddie ever made more than 1 TC in a game? I don't think so. I think he probably just unbinds the build TC hotkey because he doesn't need it. Don't waste the space on your keyboard.
See.
And we got architecture. He does have masonry, and he does have hoardings. He still needs architecture with all that res he's floating. Always important in these games. check for those wooden gold techs you have lying around. Architecture, fortified wall, even treadmill crane. Now, when you have this type of float, add them in. Still no Halbs hurts. Maybe they would help against the Cav Archers. I mean, against the Hussars, but then the Cav Archers could be added in a bit more. Okay, we have some houses. 195 pop limit now. 195. And now, after all those repairs, it's a safer Treb. And here come Halbs now for Zionic. Those will help defend the Treb. And Panky, thank you for the follow. Welcome to a wonderful game of Arena. Magyar has shown how they can be played in the late game. Get pushed in a bit farther. It's interesting. Maybe it's actually time to swap more for Halbs rather than Hussars, or rather than Magyar Hussars, because you do have the advantage. Now that there's no siege to snipe off from John Slow, he's out of gold. And what did I say? He needs to wait for that point when John Slow's out of gold? Well, he's reached that point. He still has vineyards and 2 relics. But Magyar heavy cav archers are deadly. They are one of the best late game units. And nice fight with the Halbs. Hand cannoneers from John Slow, but those are a gold unit. And once more, his skirm's not the best unit he has. Squire's on the way, and he will lose this castle. It is time for this castle to go down. Also, this is a map where there has been enough room in the back for Zionic to add in farms and do some good farming. And the castle goes down. Feels like GG. Maybe a situation, John Slow... What did I say? At the start of the game, you build the castle here. You should gift your opponent a chicken for a chicken castle. Maybe he needed to open Barracks Pikemen to get the castle forward. Do the initial castle forward, go for a fast imp push. Do something where the Magyars won't really have an eco bonus. And the Burgundians will be better. Your late game composition. This is a classic Magyars army. Heavy cav archer with some trash in front of it. And they do this about as well as anyone. Who else does this? You have Turks, Mongols, Huns. Other than perhaps Mangudai, I'd say these cav archers would be the best. Paladins without bloodlines still struggle? Yeah, I mean, paladins in general can struggle against good numbers of heavy cav archers. That's an interesting matchup. Sometimes the paladins win, sometimes no. But without bloodlines, Magyar heavy cav archers would wreck paladins, I think. So full trash army now from John Slow. Researching Halb. Needs one last armor, but almost with fully upgraded trash for his civ. Just will miss that armor for the skirms. But that's against 200 pop Magyars, who now have heavy cav archer, hussar, and halb. And with the heavy cav archer, there will be a gold unit. Only 19 of them. And now Zionic maybe needs to re-wall, and he's doing it. It's only a palisade gate. And he needs to wall here because John Slow can delete the wall to go in. The Hussar is trying to trap the cav archers. Treb's coming home with the halbs a bit out of position going for a workshop. But the Trebs will retreat to more halbs as the cav archers run around. At the same time, Magyar Hussars surrounding the skirms. The Trebs will go down, but that's a lot of dead Hussars. Wait, will the Trebs go down? Will the Trebs go down? No, they won't. A Treb stands. One Treb. And that was a great fight for Zionic, who's now up by 6k score. He's in the ACCM position with a 5k score difference, or forcing John Slow into that position, who has to go full trash now. And he has 11k food in the bank as the Magyars. He could probably add 10 stables, then delete all the farmers and rush for Hussars, but 90 vills on food, the perfect population you want for this Magyars late game when you're pumping Hussars. And you just need to make sure. Occasionally you can use the market or use your relics, sell for some more gold, and get a couple more Trebs, get a couple more cav archers added in. Don't let those numbers drop too much. But he's in a comfortable spot. Hola, hello Velcott. Sappers hype? There's Sappers. Sappers is an eco bonus. It is an eco bonus. Your villas chop trees negligibly faster. Fortified wall from John Slow, who does not want to lose this game, going for fortified wall. And Magyar's on Arena, still a civ that's pretty matchup dependent, but I think very sneakily, you play them in the right style, you get to imp. And they can be very strong. And Zionic did just enough to hold. And negligibly faster in terms of collecting wood. I ran experiments with that. I tried giving AIs a whole bunch of wood with various civs with and without, or a whole bunch of vills with and without sappers. And my conclusion was that it is such a small bonus it doesn't matter. I get double bit axe, we can go fast imp sappers. Why don't you say hi, the true genius in the chat. What is small, 5%, 2%? As in, I did several experiments where I gave 100 vills to a bunch of AIs. And this is AIs, but I wrote an AI script where they periodically rebuilt lumber camps and kept chopping wood. And I tried it with a bunch of civs, with and without sappers, and my conclusion was that it was so negligible that sometimes the AIs actually collected less wood with sappers than they did without it. So maybe I could very precisely do an experiment microing all the vills as fast as I possibly can, but that probably doesn't represent late game wood collection anyway, as it's the walking speed, the gathering speed, the carry capacity that dominate, not the fact it takes 1 or 2 hits to fall a tree. So, GG, well done for Zionic, and Burgundian's probably the civ most players would think of as the top arena civ, but don't forget about the Magyars on arena. They can give some very frustrating gameplay to play against. So that's 900 to 500 KD for Zionic. Then that's why, because the Cav Archers are in the back and they don't die. 14k more res collected for John Slow, but that doesn't matter when the KD is that different. And early Castle collecting 3 relics helped win the game. If John Slow has 5 relics, then maybe Zionic can't get enough tribs or enough Cav Archers out to make that work. But it worked well for him. Mostly matters on 256 X-Force, nothing. Alright. Well, that was a game. It looks like Niaz and Blue are playing some practice games on TTL. They turned specs off. It makes sense, they're in the same group and played each other already. Oh, let's go cast T90. T90's playing Arabia. We'll cast T90 before we cast Titans League. There we go. GG. Hello, Linkalini. This is awesome. We got like 500 people just watching random ranked games. So here we go. Here we go. A ranked ladder. T90 against Nexzy? Does anyone know who Nexzy is? I've never heard of Nexzy before, but is an OS Plus player. Maybe I've casted them in team games or just don't recognize the name. So, there we are. 1 min, please, 14. Bit of a pause. So we'll have a standard Arabia. Teutons for T90. Oh my gosh. Let's get the Zionic Knight in the chat. There we go. The red Teutons, too. He better be making some Teutonic Knights this game. Let me see. Let me also close that. I got stable for T90. So Scout's opening for him. Archer opening for Nexzy. And some compact walls here, too. So 2k4 versus 2k1. T90 the higher elo. Yeah, T90's Teutons then, Titan League. Skirm's pushing the archers back as scouts come forward. More skirms coming forward too. Your trees didn't explode. I did not hear anything of that sort. I don't have a car command. Hopefully it's not going to be a big deal. Car is still drivable, so I'm fine. I'm just going to get it repaired in about a month or so. So TC coming forward in front of the gold for T90. We're going to have a monastery out in front of the TC. And interesting he's doing such a defensive monastery, but maybe he just wants to start thinking of relics. Teutons, remember, they only have scouts and not light cav, so fighting for relics against monks can sometimes be a bit awkward for them. Next he is Chilean. Okay. OS has people all over the place. Exclamation mark repair of car. So there's a monastery on its way up. So some farms coming up around the TC. And some knights now coming forward. And archers go down to the skirms. Oh, wait, next Z. Okay, and deletes everything and calls GG. Okay. Well, that's a way to call it GG. There he goes. I mean, he'd probably lose the fight. I don't think it was that over, but okay, GG. That's not smurfing, that's just someone who wanted to call it GG. And didn't want to play a game with that big of an elo difference he was going to lose anyway, I guess. So 14-3 KD for T90. I was pulling ahead Nico, but alright. Relatable. Oh, wait, we have John Slow T90 on Socotra. We have John Slow versus T90 on Socotra. Yeah, T90 just typed in Torpedo 1 in the cheat codes. That's how it worked. Alright, John Slow versus T90 Socotra. Let's go. Let's go. Oop, let's see, I need to leave the previous game from the game. And this is going to be glorious. And I don't know if this was random civs, but it'll be T90 as the Jurchens and John Slow as the Britons. So, longer lasting hunt from the sense that it doesn't decay for the Jurchens. Also, they can't lame on this map because the enemy's hunt stays alive. The sheep will gather faster for the Britons, and not just hunt, and sheep for the Jurchens. Hello, Numerfolt, how you doing? And, alright, who's ready for some T90 John Slow action? I bet we're going to see some interesting chat here. I bet we're going to see good chat. And here we go, T90 to the northwest, he is the Red Jurchens, John Slow to the southeast, he is the Blue Britons. John Slow's elephant is to the back, but his ostriches are forward. T90, both of them in good positions, as long as he scouts the elephant quickly, he can take it. On this map, you might need to scout a bit farther out with your goats to find the elephant. And both players starting to send their scouts forward. T90 realized who his opponent is. What do I mean, sheep stay alive? I mean, they don't decay. When I say they stay alive, I mean they don't decay. Hugh, I'm T90, I play Socotra. They didn't get Arena, it looks like. T90 is SayMyName? Nope, those are different people. With different names, that all must be said. So elephant chasing the villager there. And the villager will get back. The elephant will go down there. Yes, SayMyName is yellow. John Slow still didn't take his elephant. He sees it, but didn't go to take it. Trying to do a normal build order. Nice lumber camp in the back. This is the perfect location for archers to sneak through and hit the villas across the woodline. Also, chat, remind me, after this game, I need to go start making more coffee, so I'm ready to have coffee for TTL. Socotra hater, asks T90. Never, replies John Slow. A bit of banter going on. Remember, Masters of Socotra. Yes, the John Slow tournament. Masters of Socotra on this map. This is T90. This is T90. The real one, the official one. And is he stealing an ostrich? He's trying to steal an ostrich from John Slow and push it across the map. And it looks like he'll be successful. The lamer. Look at this lamer. Didn't know T90 was such a lamer. Thanks for the Memba Moss trans. Yeah, I know the lingo somewhat. I can translate. And ostrich pushed in. That'll be taken down. Ostrich pushed in. Taken by the Villes. Nice and easy. Ostrich T90 successful. Look at those hunting skills. I think he said his uncle was a hunter, so maybe that runs in the family, with T90 being able to push his ostriches into the TC. And I know he's been casting his uncle playing some low elo legends. I wonder if there's any real life tips that his uncle actually gives T90 about hunting that then pass into AoE 2. Is it T90 the official? Yes. The other day that John Slow is the only old clown left now that we've lost Dracont and Modri. Are there any other old clowns left? Yeah, no more Eddie. Modri hasn't played in a while. Draken's retired again. Metal isn't around. Who else was there? Who was that? Who was a top player who played against Viper Masters of Arena 3? Remind me of the name. Started with an L, maybe? Was it Loja? He was a good clown. One and only holdout. They've nerfed the monks too many times. So outpost for T90, officially doing some more scouting. He's an outpost over here maybe too. He's not walled at all. So not that much aggression in the Dark Age here. Britons might simply go for a range, faster producing range for more skirms. Loja, yeah, there we are. And we should definitely... I've been saying this, we need to take Devotion, move it to the stable, and have it only apply to stable units. That way you're not buffing your unique units and your monks still counter conquistadors on Nomad. And it more specifically affects the knight line and is easier to get to for the knights because you don't need to add that extra monastery if you're not going monks. So, militia coming forward for T90. They should be upgraded to men-at-arms. Am I Nacho or Beery? I am neither.
Ready.
Alright, Scout, 1 HP. Will T90 try to dive that? Nothing in the TC can really garrison for John Slow. Is this the ladder? This is indeed the ladder. 4 men-at-arms now for T90. Getting forward, attacking the mill, fletching on the way for John Slow as he does have a range. And he is queuing an archer. Palisade wall hit by the scout. And that mill will go down. That'll be annoying. Remember to turn your auto farm queue on or off, depending on if you want it before your mill goes down. This is kind of silly. It makes sense to have that button in the mill, but also annoying that you can only toggle it when you have a mill. What's the current meta opening on Arabia? Skirms of some sort. Or FC Rothos with Bengalis. You can do phosphor builds pretty well these days. That awakens memories. I remember those times. Yep, Loja. So John Slow ready for a counterattack. Archers that do have fletching. Okay, 3 archers with fletching. That can threaten some vills, certainly. And T90's barriers are quite forward. He's going to fight with the vills, but will lose a vill. Look at the micro from John Slow. Look at the micro. And that'll be a second vill down. Second vill down. Or dodge some TC fires. T90 tries to wall him in. 1 archer goes down, but he will escape. At the same time, though, T90 coming in on the gold, getting his revenge, kills a Vil. John Slow has to fall back from the gold. Will reclaim his berries and get another mill there, but loses another Vil. So 4-3 Vil KD in favor of T90, as John Slow got another Vil with that pair of archers. It will finally die to the skirms, though. Overall KD better for T90. Who also does have double bit axe added in. Archers here attacking the scout. Gonna try spears into skirms. I keep getting behind in feudal. You mainly open archers. Yeah, what we saw in Red Bull was a lot of players opening for 2 archers to try to snipe Vils and then going skirms. Or just pure skirm. But Red Bull might not be indicative of Arabia.
Ready. Greeting.
That's John Slow's APM. Slow. He doesn't lie in his name.
Yay.
So there is fletching for T90. And archery range coming up for John Slow. Is it slower than mine, though? I think it's safe to say yes. Say John Slow, can he quick wall?
Mandatum. Ready.
No, he can't. Will that market finish? 85%.
Yay.
And, oh, where's that Vil going? To her death. The market does finish, though. Freaking hamster.
Ready.
Micro.
Yay.
Does that answer your question about his APM? The Capture Age locks APM behind the paid version. But that's a 16 to 8 KD for T90. He has better eco too. You can check the AoE2 insights if you want to see APM. Alright. It's time to type but not to micro. Alright, so I'm gonna take a very quick break. I'm just gonna start some coffee. I'll be right back. We have TTL coming up in just a bit. I can actually turn these drafts off and get the scoreboard set up. So we have, what's going to be Dr.Kozomonot and Lamo. There we go. And I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. We got the next coffee. And we got TTL starting in about 15 minutes. Let's see. We have Ozo and Siscon. They're just starting a game, though. That might be a bit too long. We got T90Z40. We can cast that before getting to TTL. If our base is around, he can let us know if there are any drafts going on. Filters, I can filter. Filter by event. Oh, interesting. Oh, I didn't even see the filters. The filters are great. The, some more feedback if Happy Leaves is still around. I just saw this filters tab. This is amazing. I can filter and select the event I want. That is absolutely beautiful. But the text box, let's see, I zoomed in a bit too much, but even if I zoom out, that goes off the edge of the screen. I haven't played in a long time, LC River. Yeah, T90 against Z40. Open up capture age. And again, before we get into TTL, remind me that I need to turn the Titans League logo on again for TTL, okay? That awakens memories. So GL from Z40. So what combination do you prefer, Z40 or T90? I will say Z40 definitely has the better civ as the Chinese against the Gajurs. Hello, Wolf. How you doing? Gold CT90 playing against all the bronze and silver players we know from TTL. Should make that drop-down tech. No scrolling marquees, okay? No scrolling marquees in UI design. Happy Leaves asked for feedback, and it's lovely, but always stuff that you can improve on your UI design. But we're not going to put that UI anywhere near the class of the AOE2DE UI that uses scrolling marquees. Like, I can say, you know what, capture age is a bit problematic that your text starts to fade away when just making the text completely visible would be visible before the point when it fades away. That could be improved. I am glad it is not a scrolling marquee trying to fit T90's name there, scrolling back and forth. There are things that can be improved in UI, sure. Then there's AOE2DE with scrolling marquees everywhere. So some Archer Micro for T90 cleans up Z40's army. Both players hit Castle Age at about the same time, but great fight just before Castle Age, as T90 will have forward crossbows, but will be down in villagers. How the heck? Wait, how did this happen? I know it's +3 vills. How is T90 54 to 4? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh! There's a fish boom, there was a fish boom! The Z40 has walled the map and he's fish booming! Let's go, 11 fishing ships! Oh my gosh, T90 has no idea how far behind he is in Eco right now. He's like, oh, I just cleared the crossbows. I'm in a good spot. No, you're not. No, you're not, T90. Oh my gosh, he's on the fish boom. He doesn't have a pond in the back. This is why KOTD Arabia got rid of the ponds entirely. Or removed all the fish from the ponds entirely, at least. You get a pond, you can wall it in. And boom, a beautiful fish boom. I was like, wait a minute, these numbers make no sense. 0 to 0 Vil KD, similar idle time, yes, no wheelbarrow when I looked. Z40, yeah, he's up first as the Chinese, but how does he has 8 Vils and then I saw it. So, Guild Nets, almost in. And it'll be Cav Archers for Z40. Oh. G90 has no idea. He is, maybe he does. Has he scouted that? Oh, he didn't even scout the pond. He sees the full walls. But the fish boom hasn't been reflected in the score yet. He's thinking, okay, this is an even game against someone with Cav Archers. He's going for a second TC though, and also getting some kills in this wood line. Z40 not realizing the crossbow there. One crossbow being super annoying. That crossbow's killed 2 Vils so far, and probably a 3rd soon. Oh no, that low HP Vil walking right to the crossbow villager. No, not like this. Not like this, Z40. There goes your fishing ship Vil lead. And T90 now gonna have 3 TCs. just a second right now for Z40, and things are falling apart for Z40 now. And they don't have to be. If you just move those vills off of that wood line, he could be chopping wood down here and be safe. But all of his wood line's forward, so the map, if he had had a back wood line, he'd be in a much better spot. Maybe the downside is that pond ate his back wood line. But still going for Cav Archers pushing out, but T90's taking a good win with the crossbows against the Cav Archers. Still though, 2k more res collected for Z40. But things now not looking as good as they were a couple minutes ago. Those Cav Archers not working out. Maybe he just needed to go skirms. Skirms and hold against the crossbows. Trickling Cav Archers forward Z40. Oh. But yeah, indeed, the back pond does feel unfair. If this were a TTL map, I'd be making changes right now. Thank you, Nelson Knights, for the follow. Welcome in. And now, well, the Vill count, or the eco unit count is just about evened, but he is down mightily in villagers as T90 is booming. And I think T90 has this. I think he has this easy. Most fair. We try to keep them fair if we can. I don't know if he's just warming up before casting TTL. I don't know if he's going to cast today since Gold is starting. Maybe he's going to do Kami games today. What's T90 going to do? Is he going to cast TTL or is he going to do Kami games? He has Kami games. He's not even casting TTL. What is this? So Scout hitting the other Scout. Oh, he scouts it. He sees it. He sees it now. Now he sees it. I wonder what's going through his mind. I wonder what's going through his mind. He's thinking it's time for Kami games. Oh, the Knight's coming forward for Z40. They could clean this. I mean, the Vill count is even now, but T90 with the extra TC should pull away now. You can't keep adding more fish traps if you're Z40. And there's only so much room on that pond. Oh, nice mangonel shot for T90. I was about to say Z40 cleans this and takes a good army lead, but not if he's losing Cav Archers like that. He doesn't see how many TCs T90 has yet. Hasn't even scouted T90. Yeah, here are the Knights from the fishing eco. Oh, and there is a hole. There is always a hole. Don't lose the Cav Archers to the TC, though. And they will just run right back out. T90 an outpost instead of finishing the wall. And now, forward workshop time for Z40, who is doing his third TC and doing gold shaft mining. And he still does have those 11 fish traps. He's gotta be so mad. After the game, I'll message him, and I'll be like, should I remove pawns next time we use Arabia? So crossbows going down to the Cav Archers, and monks want some conversions. Monks want conversions. Cav Archers have to run though. Wheelbarrow on the way for Z40, and Vill count's just about even. A 2k more res for Z40, who already has the civ advantage of being Chinese. Cav Archers also interesting against the Gajurs, where their camels probably better against Cav Archers than we'd see if we had the Chinese going crossbows. But it is 2026, and people like Cav Archers these days. Hello, Jan Chess, he's taken the shaft. He is shafted. He's gotten gold shaft mining. Hello, mouse puddles. I'm pretty good. It's a bit cold outside, so I'm staying inside, casting some Age of Empires. I'm just waiting for email with an estimate on how much my car is going to cost to be repaired. Hopefully that comes in pretty soon. I was not in Chicago last night. Maybe that was Ornlu. He's from Illinois at least. So forging on the way for T90. He was trying to get some camels out. But rocket cart push now from Z40, who won 3 TCs. He is still down by 10 vills, but has 11 fishing ships to make up for that. Fishing ships on fish traps will be faster than farmers with gill nets, so here, all things good for Z40, and he will continue his pressure. Yeah, I didn't know Ornley was there when I was in Madison, otherwise we would have visited years ago. Happy birthday. LC River, every stream he says it's my birthday. I'm probably about 236 years old, according to him. I was in Madison. I used to live there years ago. And T90 collecting relics. That's his first relic. 1-to-1 for relics. And the rocket carts are backing off for some reason. Maybe afraid of this army hoovering around. Wants to bring the cav archers back. Clean this, and decided he wasn't going to be protecting the rocket carts. So didn't want to lose them. Monks get conversions, but the cav archers go right down. That'll allow the knights to swoop in, but unarmored knights, no armor upgrades. I don't think they'll work all that well here. The monk's out healing the damage done, and since they don't have armor. Gets one monk. But does not clean that. Meanwhile, the camels from the Gajuras run around, snipe off some cav archers. We'll hop into the TC. And cav archers finally pick off this army. But some map control now reclaimed from T90. That's what I was saying. Camels better against cav archers than they'd be against crossbows, I think. Even though cav archers do have a lot more HP and are overall the better unit. Feels like you have more crossbows because they're cheaper. And then you won't be taking all the bonus damage that the camels do. Yeah, they're not camel riders, they are camels. I will not sit with the blasphemy of putting the word rider at the end of the unit name. Same like arbalests. They're not silly arbalesters, they're arbalests. So, Imp on the way. Imp on the way for Z40. Scores flip back and forth, but he'll be in a good spot to win a Treb War. And I don't know if anyone's around to keep an eye on the drafts, but there should be a draft happening now for Kozomonot and Lamo, so we'll tap to that once this game's over. Yeah, they were camels back then. Good old proper camels. So we got 2 TTL sets to cast. There's one starting now and another in an hour. That'll be Gold League. I'll need to get my Gold League logo up. How about the Donkey Raiders? What about Donkey Raiders? So he is just about 2 minutes behind Imp, actually. But this will be a good trebbing opportunity now for Z40, especially with the hill. And okay, those are some dead Vills, but at the cost of some dead cav archers if the camels can get here. And cav archers are going to go down in the fight, but maybe Z40 saying I'll get whatever Vills I can and go for fire. Oh, he's got fire lancers. Just need some siege towers. Just need some siege towers now. Is it a lake for both or only for Z40? Only for Z40. I suppose T90 could have moved out to here. And it's not like that lake is super close to his starting TC. But yeah, full wall fish boom for Z40 this game. He's going to get another castle up. T90 wants to claim an extra gold. And Kshatriya's on the way for T90, but the Trebs are already popping for Z40. And the Fire Lancers are now elite. And what do Gajuras do against elite Fire Lancer? Hand Cannoneer Chakram, maybe? I don't know. I think he sees the Fire Lancers and he calls GG. Alright. Now that's it for T90. And congrats on the fish boom there from Z40. And we can look at maybe food. Oh, fishing ships. Number of fishing ships. Now we need food collected. And turn all res off. And interestingly enough, T90 actually had more food for a long time. But paid off in the end. Alright, let me then message T90. Should I remove pawns if we use Arabia again? Z40 played the most OP Arabia strat Fishboom. It is the most OP. Fishboom Fire Lancers just needed some siege towers. Don't forget the TTL logo. Thank you. I'll go put that up right now. And in fact, while we're in between scenes, I'll also do what I should do and download the gold logo. And get the drafts first. Kozomonot on the left. And where are these logos? Announcements, resources, gold. Why can't I save the image, Discord? Oh, save image. It just took a while to appear. Alright, and desktop, save. Alright, time to position a logo. Chat, are you ready for this? Let's do this image TTL Gold logo. I'll move them to a better file later. Oh, is my desktop? There we are. Oh, look at that. Look at that logo. The red 5 on it. I'll put it in just about the same spot to there. There we go. And then when we get to gold, I just turn that on. Boom. It's slightly bigger, slightly bigger. Let me scrunch it down a bit. Still ever so slightly larger. Close enough. And then go to my capture age scene and do the same thing. See that logo over there? And put a gold logo here too. Boom. Very scientifically sizing these to be matching. There. Close enough. All right. So let's see. What do we have going on? We're going to have Kozomonot and Lamo, and I have a bright white light facing me when I tried to open the dashboard on Chrome. Please don't die on me, dashboard. I need you. I need you. Oh my gosh. Let me close that window. High Tide's number 7 out of 11 sets so far. I hope players start picking many of the other maps. I hope we get more Coast Arena. We do have Valley and Reverse Acropolis, though. Valley and Reverse Acropolis, two heavily edited maps. I'll need to see how they do in terms of if they need bug fixes, but hopefully they're good. Reverse Acropolis, I'm maybe a bit worried about the fairness of woodlines at the top, but that's always an Acropolis thing. Let's see. I don't have the dashboard, so I don't know if the match is going on. Okay, AV2 Rex isn't working on Chrome. Live. Silver. Oh, it looks like they're in a lobby. Lovely. So Kozomonot and Lamo on the way. Leave this game. I had 4 farms until mid-castle, to be fair. Well, 4 farms, less than 11 fish traps, and are already against the Chinese eco. So anyway, welcome everyone. I'm going to hope that the dashboard indeed launches us into the game properly. I have had some issues on Firefox sometimes. So we'll see if this is all working properly. So we're going to do some Titans League and then some Gold League afterwards. Gold League will be next. And I need to change my title. And thank you, Bacon and Hot Pot, for using your Prime sub. Thank you very much.
It's the heart of Genghis Khan. We are doomed.
I didn't hear what the voice line was. I didn't have my headphones on. Thank you very much for the sub. I really do need to do those videos so I can just see the pop-up and know what voice line it is. See, Twitch telling me an ad starts in 2 minutes. I'm going to play an ad myself and see if that stays off the ad. So this will be an experiment for me. Sorry if you get a whole bunch of ads, but as the herd of Genghis Khan, we are doomed. All right, experimentation time for Twist. So apologies on Twitch for ads. I'm still trying to figure out how to delay the ads if I have the auto manager on. So we'll see if this works. Is it the heart of Genghis Khan? That's some. That'd be even scarier. Put the heart of Genghis Khan in a trib. Throw it at people. So again, welcome everyone. Let me give maybe a shout out to John Slow since we casted his games earlier. Genghis in a bucket. Barbarossa in a barrel. Oh, your brain saw a heart and that's what you heard. Oh, it is the heart logo. Well, we'll have the heart icon for all of our subs now. We'll Baltic Heart, I brought that back. Let me empty my save game folder real quick. It's good to keep this clean. We're very close to that 200 goal. Should be absolutely amazing to hit. As I said, all the subs do help travel to Red Bull. Perhaps we can persuade them to join our cause. Perhaps we can persuade them to join us. The Hail Duck, thank you for the follow. What is it? The Taichus have a village to the north. Perhaps we can persuade them to join us. Very persuasive. It's just as hard. I think a bucket is a more fitting container for it. Don't you have to put a heart in a bucket filled with dirt? Isn't that like some Pirates of the Caribbean thing or a jar? To persuade them with kind words and diplomacy. Unfortunately, that's the Kushluk scenario. That's the one we can't pacify. So. Hello, Heart of War AoE 2. How are you doing? So still looking for the game to start. Oh, T90 is responding. Did Z40 fish boom? I didn't even look at the map afterwards. Yes, 11 fish traps. Your scout actually found it at one point. Oh, T90 says he didn't even see it. He says he didn't have a clue even after he scouted it. Is this the wearing a blue collared shirt stream? I am wearing a blue collared shirt. T90 blind. Do you get your T90 blind emotes in the chat? You're also wearing a blue collared shirt? I'm waiting for this game to start. It says they're in game. Yeah. Sometimes when I use Firefox, the dashboard doesn't start the game automatically. Oh, and John Slow, thank you for the raid. We were casting your Arena and Socotra games. So let me get the scoreboard set up. If it makes you feel better, T90 just played a game where he lost to a fish boom on Arabia. So this is silver, or actually this is a TTL and silver. There we are. So thank you, John Slow, for the raid. Everyone go follow John Slow. T90 should have added ranges on the neutral island. Yes, he should have. So we will have Lamo to the northwest as the Blue Goths. The Blue Goths. Is it a beautiful day in the neighborhood, Debus? It is pretty cold and snowy, so I'm going to say no. And we'll have Dr.Kozomonot, member of Black Sails. That's Dr. Agenstar et al. And Cosmonaut will be throwing a lumber camp on his back wood line there. And we will have this lovely version of valley with all these colorful trees. The Asian maple trees, the birch trees, these peach blossom trees. I tried to make a very colorful theme here. We had minus 30 F wind chill this morning. Ooh, nice. I'm supposed to get minus 20 F wind chill this weekend. I was outside the other day in minus 1 F for an hour or so. That wasn't fun, but I had a nice warm hat. I got a very warm hat when I was living in Wisconsin years ago. That still keeps me warm today. Anyway, Deer Push here from Lamo. He'll be trying to bring that in to his TC. It's dangerously cold. Yeah, minus 40 is where they become equal, so that's at probably close to minus 30 something Celsius. And the Deer Push, right. So on this map, we started with the basic version of Valley that DE has, and we made a few changes to it. First, there actually is a valley in the middle. I'd like to make maybe a future version of the map that starts with the valley in the middle and then gradually slopes up with more higher terrain in the very back on the outside. That's actually a very tricky thing to get working properly in the map scripting engine, so I didn't quite get that working this time, but maybe in the future I'll have some more attempts at that. Anyway, we'll have a deer push from both players. We also decreased the number of deer in the middle, and at first T90 didn't want chickens, he wanted hares because he didn't like the sounds of the chickens, but then he was like, you know what, maybe we need more food, so he wanted then more chickens, so take what you will with that. There are tons of hares and chickens in the map. I also spaced the ponds out a bit. There are some shorefish on the ponds. Maybe a bit difficult to mill them properly because the shorefish you can't mill on the beach terrain, only on the edges. Forecast calls for exploding trees. Someone else said exploding trees. That sounds very scary. I remember getting lots of tornado warnings when I was out there. Oh, the perfect L-shape berries for Cosmonaut. Beautiful. These are these are just visual bits of terrain in the middle, no berries in the middle. The other day we saw a huge Dark Age drush into someone going for an early mill. The hope of reducing the number of deer is to get players to push 1, maybe 2 deer at most, and then be forced to go to the middle, because in the past players didn't particularly go to the middle on this map. We also reduced the number of wood lines, so it's a bit harder to wall and it opens up the map. In the past, I think the map was very wallable, and you'd often see players simply pushing the deer and wall. So we're trying to change the map up a bit so it's more aggressive. And as I said, ponds also a bit more evenly spaced than they'd been in the past. You can't dock on the map. We disabled docking. But other than that, a ton of food in the middle. And there we go. We have Lamo heading to the middle for presumably a mill. Took away all the fun. It's a weird thing that in the past you never saw docks because usually the shorefish blocked all of the dock locations. And we just wanted to make that consistent so it wasn't unfair if one player has a whole bunch of shorefish and can't dock and the other can instantly do a dock. Maybe in the future we reconsider that. But we didn't want to turn this into a fire galley map. We had enough of those in the past. We wanted this to play out like Valley has always played out. Valley on cartographers was perfect. We didn't use Valley on cartographers. So there's Cosmonaut and Lamo up to feudal. At least not in cartographers 2. Docking with Spanish cannon galleons, that would be hilarious. But also, you'd need to fish the shorefish and then dock, like African clearing styled. So, okay, Burgundians. Goths going men-at-arms, Burgundians going Flemish militia, and we have been seeing tons and tons of infantry games so far, between Monocle and apparently now Valley. Oh, that was the first one. That was a snake. That was the snack, or the snake, or whatever we called it. That was Viper's idea of a map. That wasn't Valley. It was similar to Valley, though. But a map, I think, if we were going to do something like that again, I'd need to balance it better. I've gotten a lot better at map scripting since I did that one. So, Militia on the outside, still pushing. And the Flemish Militia winning the fight. That was a good fight from Kozomonot. And he's ready to come forward. Goths on this map, right now taking the shorefish, but we'll have a good hunt bonus, too. What's their hunt bonus now? It's just longer lasting hunt, right? Carry plus 15, last 20% longer? Does that matter with all this hunt in the middle? Maybe it does. Lamo will probably have to run away soon, trying to Vil fight the Flemish Militia, but that could just lead to dead Vils. Vil going down. Can you place a TC? Nope, this is beach terrain. You can build palisade walls there, but that's it. You cannot build proper buildings on it, just palisades. So Vil's going down. Oh, and Lamo calls the GG right away. So there's a win for Kozomonot. Easy win. Win the middle, win the game. Push with the militia. Lamo was hoping Goth men-at-arms would work, but they did not against the Flemish Militia. They start with 1 melee armor, so if you're going men-at-arms, I think you actually need to wait and maybe do blacksmith upgrades. I don't know. These things are strong. What are these player colors? They're blue and green. So there we go. We will have a 75 KD for Kozomonot. Well, that's all it takes on Valley, I guess. More res collected by staying at home and not taking the middle, playing more defensively. And who's ready for game number 2? I mean, there's another set at 18 GMT. We're ready for a fast set. Yeah, they also fought really close under Green's barracks, so Green had the reinforcements there. But not much to say. Simple win there. Burgundians win before the Goths can play Goths. Karma for stealing John Slow's ostrich. Well, let's see if game number 2, it's starting right now, on Reverse Acropolis. Okay, Reverse Acropolis. You can dock this map, even though I don't know if it's a good idea. Did I add Nessie to Reverse Acropolis? So Reverse Acropolis has a really small pond, and the problem with Nessie's animation is that it extends pretty far, and I was having problems with Nessie going onto the land terrain with the animation. So I had to play around a lot with the positioning of the water, testing things out with Nessie. And at the end of the day, maybe I added her, maybe I didn't. You're just gonna have to look. There is a possibility the Loch Ness Monster is in this pond. But I was thinking maybe I'd add her with like a 10% chance, and it was really tricky. But maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Could be there. Maybe she's not there. You'll just have to look and check. Anyway, so we'll have green here for Dr.Kozomonot to the west, and blue here for Lamo as the Khmer to the east. And they will be... Oh, I've never heard the Way sound because I don't have the DLC installed, and I don't play them. And that is an intro song for them. Oh my gosh, we should get a Nessie emote. That would be good. We'll look for Nessie in the pond. Everyone can spam the Nessie emote. Yeah, it was really tricky. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Anyway, this will be Reverse Acropolis. This was a map a map idea from Young Panda. He made an early version of the script, and I tried to finalize it to make it playable for TTL. We have a bunch of resources at the top. Oh, what's that gold doing there? I'm confused. I feel like that gold should avoid the top of the hill more. Alright, let me make a note to myself here. Oh, sorry, did I change the view? Did I change the view there? I accidentally hit my mouse button. Trying to swap scenes. There we go. Screenshot. This is Kozomonot versus who's this? Lamo versus Acropolis. Don't want the golds being on the rocky part there. It should be farther out. I need to look at that and see why that's bugged. I mean, it's not a bugged map. Like the gold spawn properly, he can take it, but something feels off there to me. I'm not sure why. I also added a few little flowery rocks. I liked seeing those on some other maps. So I didn't completely surround them with flowers. I was a bit more timid on the flower placement. They're a bit sparse, but I still like the idea of rocks with some flowers near them. Makes it look kind of pretty. Maybe I should just fully surround them with flowers. There's also a snowy map where I tried to use some dead plants around the rocks, and there's also some foxes out here. Lots of little things on the map. I like those little details. Lovely map. So keep an eye out for Nessie. She appears once every 10 minutes. Potentially. So boar hunted by the Villes. Nessie, please. Emote? Potentially. You never know if the Loch Ness Monster is there or not. Oh, did anyone play Voobly back in the day and look at the list of games that were not Age of Empires? Because one of those games was Monster Truck Madness 2. And back in the early 90s, I mostly played the first one, but Microsoft made this game called Monster Truck Madness, which is a very American-themed game, where basically it's a racing game where you have really like large, oversized trucks. It's this thing we do in the US, where basically they run over and crush cars, and do drag races and stuff, and do tricks and have ramps and whatnot. But anyway, the Loch Ness Monster was in that game. And that I have childhood memories of watching the Loch Ness Monster on the water in the distance on some of the racetracks. The second one is much better. The first one is what I have all the nostalgia for. That was freaking amazing as a kid. So there we have Feudal Age on the way for Lamo. And Loom on the way for Kozomonot. So second lumber camp coming up for Kozomonot. Well, the new American civs have monster trucks. Wasn't there a monster truck in AoE 3? I'm pretty sure the old American civs even had monster trucks. Carolina Crusher. Oh my gosh, the memories. Gravedigger. I've seen a Gravedigger IRL before. She could have spawned a monster truck as AoE 3, yeah. Another universe we're playing that. We should do a Cobra Car racing scenario. So, Kozomonot trying to push in a deer from... Oh my gosh, these players push deer no matter how far away they are. Even from the middle of the map. A good doctor. Trying to push in the deer. As the scouts keep hitting each other, but that deer will get in. We'll get right by the TC. I also added some flowers under the TC. The original Acropolis was made by Scripter years ago and had a bunch of flowers under the TC, so I added them back for this one for the nostalgia. Is it supposed to be more aggressive or more defensive? I don't know. The only game I saw on this was a sneak forward for ranges down inside the other player's valley. And it turned into Conks versus Rathas. So Way Khmer, I have no idea what to expect. We'll have Feudal Age there for Kozomonot as he does a barracks, and Lamo doing a range at the top of the hill. Did not skip the barracks as the Khmer, either forgot he was Khmer or wanted the spears. There are wood lines, the same as I did for normal Acropolis, guaranteed to be in the middle. But without docking the middle, I put even some rocks in the middle just to say don't dock here. Without docking the middle, I doubt we'll see as much of a focus on players needing those wood lines. Fighting and still pushing the deer is crazy. It's a lot easier ever since DE made the deer easier to push. And I'll have a spear and archer coming forward. few scouts out and about for Kozomonot, patrolling the front by those walls.
No Bobrania, but. No
Also, the lag is much better now. For 1v1s, honestly, compared to user patch 1.5, it's lag's certainly better than it was back in the early 2000s, but or in the HD edition.
No Bobrania,
Once we had user patch 1.5, though, I actually think 1v1s on Vubli were actually smoother than they are on DE. At least if you were nearby to someone. I actually think at its peak, I'd still take the user patch 1.5 performance over DE performance. Because there's still that annoying speed up and slow down in a competitive game where it doesn't pause, and the fact that the pings are unequal. So there are even a couple of minuses to it. Map scripting easier now or back in the days? I mean, map scripting gives you a lot more options now. But I think also the expectations for maps not being bugged have increased. So there's a lot more time invested if you want to make maps as perfectly as possible. Because it wasn't possible to do that in the past. Now there are more things you can do, and more little things you can be picky about. And we don't play with restarts anymore, so one thing's bad about a map, players just complain about it. Back in the day, the overall response was, sometimes maps are better, sometimes they're worse, it's part of the game. Now you get Ragugu tweeting because a TC is slightly more to the corner on a map. And then Hera replying saying, no, it's fine. There needs to be more randomness. Is it possible to script yourself? You don't really need to know how to code, but it does help. As though I forgot to add the command. You just post the guide. That is the guide there. So scouts from Kozomonot will come over, clean the archers from Lamo, and with the skirms at the same time. Spear there, a bit annoying, but not too bad. Archers on the other side. So from that forward range, we do have some good aggression from Lamo. He did add a spear, so he's not using the barracks for nothing. He is defending himself with the spear. And oh, there was an overforage on the berries. Kozomonot takes too much fruit from those bushes, and the archers are in, has to delete that farm. And now with some skirms, trying to defend himself, but the spears immediately go down. And what a find from Lamo. He might not want to overstay his welcome against all those skirms, so he's going to get out without losing the archers, but that was some nice damage. 2 Villes killed from him. Makes up a bit for the idle time. Villes do have loom. I need to remember to add !RMS. And more archers on the way from Lamo. Oh, that was not even with fletching. Without fletching, he even gets in. Okay. Nice. Nicely done from him. Let's see. What do I think of the upcoming DLC? I mean, personally, I'm not interested at all in civs. I'd much rather see improvements to the matchmaking and lobby experience. Fixing some bugs. Some updated changes to the map engine, like they had done in the past. I'd rather see content like campaigns or stuff, even like little things like the oysters that were added in the Capture Age DLC. Added so many more possibilities for maps. I think they're just kind of defaulting to adding civs and not really exploring more interesting design elements that wouldn't also have the downsides of kind of making the game more complicated or harder to play like they do with all the units and civs they've been adding. Yeah, new campaigns for existing civs. I want a proper Byzantines campaign. So Ville's here now for Lamo. He has to be careful as the skirms and scouts come forward. But that's a lot of archers for Kozomonot. So many archers, in fact, that the skirms don't have armor. I mean, that's a lot of archers for Lamo. The skirms don't have armor. I think if he pulls Villes to fight, he wins, but he needs to fight with Villes. Does he need to fight with Vils? He has to be careful by the skirms. Ooh, this is a tricky fight, and I think Lamo needed to fight with a few Vils there. Wants to get a second range up. Maybe he needs a spear or some scouts of his own. But going only archer, and now the skirms clean the archers. And things are looking pretty bad for Lamo here. Everything goes down. And this might be it for Lamo. Does the gold mining tech affect the oyster vills? I think so. We had checked that at once during Red Bull, but I forget what our answer was. So, more archers, but they're not going to have a good upgrade to crossbow plus bodkin when he lost everything. The vills here still working, it's just a bunch of skirms fighting them. But as scouts come over, that gets scared. Oh, elephant! Elephant for Lamo. Okay, elephant coming forward. So I wanted to go up very quickly with the Khmer. The elephant will force this back. And he didn't even lose a villager. That's crazy how he didn't even lose a villager there. So maybe not fighting with the vills was the right choice, but I don't like losing all those archers. And 500 wood, 200 stone bought to buy 400 food. That eco is not well set up there from Kozomonot. That feels painful. All those farms not by a mill. And at least he has horse collar for them. He overchopped a wood line and is open again. What the auto mod? What the heck? That is not smart detection. And he's Khmer and doesn't garrison and house. Bazi doesn't count as a campaign for the Byzantines. Bazi does not count. Or Bari. Bari does not count. Sorry, Bazi's good. Bari does not count as a Byzantines campaign. We need a proper Byzantines campaign. So Bloodlines and Castle Age, they're on the way for Kozomonot. The scouts don't have any upgrades, so maybe hard-pressed to kill Vils too if crossbows come around. And they'll kill the scouts there. They're going down. Down they go. Knight killing a skirm, stays in the mid-range, so with 3 HP, gets the kill. No fish in the middle, no fish in the middle. Absolutely no fish in the middle. This time. We did not want to turn this into a fire galley map. And TC going up here for Lamo. Some scouts still running around. Alexios, yeah, I played that back when it was a custom scenario. That's why I never really played V&V, because I played all of them. I have YouTube videos on them from years ago when they were custom scenarios. Of course, there were new ones, but I think I'd played all the old ones. Maybe there were 1 or 2 I missed, but I was so excited to hear there was a campaign DLC, and then disappointed when I saw I'd played it already. I mean, you can still dock and do fish traps in the middle, be my guest. But oh my gosh, those are some low HP Vils, and that's 1, 2, 3 Vils down. Are the crossbows trapped? They're kind of trapped by the skirms, but they are still feudal skirms, so Lamo will try to get within the min range and kill the skirms as best he can with the crossbows before they become elite. And, well, 3 Vils, a few crossbows, I'd be happy with that from Lamo, especially after that horrible fight taken in late feudal. So second range, crossbows keep pumping, and that's a score lead for Lamo, who continues pushing Kozomonot, who is down at the bottom of this hill. Remember, in Acropolis, this is a defensive position. In reverse Acropolis, you are pushed. The enemy has the hill. This is like those old valley maps on Vubli. Or the crater maps, that's what they're called, the crater maps on Arabia. The elephant with 1 armor, pushing in, doing what it can just to tie up the skirms. Well, maybe kill a scout. But Shinbei Raiders for the way. Shinbei Raiders there, a second TC for Lamo. Did his TC at the bottom, so that could be pushed maybe by Mangonels. Gonna be a Tatar Fest? Yeah, maybe. But remember, there are no hills in the middle of the map. No little bumps or anything, just the hills around here. So, I don't know how much Tatar we'll see. Okay, getting this map to spawn consistently was a nightmare too. And it takes a while to generate. I'm still not really pleased with that gold. So I'm gonna have to deal with that and see why that's like that. So third TC forward. I'll have a side wood line here for Kozomonot, doing what he can to get a TC over there, sending an entire village up there to take a tiny bit of wood. We'll have husbandry and leather archer armor on the way, improving the Shinbei raiders faster and more armor. And chain barding armor for the knights for Lamo, who has a good villager lead, a good eco lead. And even forced a couple of defensive towers, and now the elephant will be raiding. There you go, where'd that elephant come from? Oh, speedy Chimera elephants, 0.99. They have husbandry, no husbandry yet. So by themselves, they're faster than crossbows. With husbandry, they're good. And crossbows have to be atop the hill here. They do not want to have a hill disadvantage in this fight. Knight's going to push the skirms back. And Lamo shouldn't have walked down the hill, I don't think. But I think, are the skirms cleared here? Yeah, all those skirms should be cleaned up by the crossbows and the knights. And only one skirm left, but that was also a bit of a loss for the knights and some crossbows there for Lamo. Maybe could have mic'd that a tiny bit better. And now it's to worry about Shinbei raiders out and about. My favorite map, Coast Arena by far, because that was the hackiest. And it's not like the type of hack where you worry like, oh, I had to do something crazy and it's not going to work. This is a very, very secure hack based on the oddities of the map scripting engine, using comments as if statements. Ville's coming forward, going for that mining camp. This is why I want it to be on top of the hill, though. I don't want to have the rock on one side so you can't wall it. So, slight change I'll need to make there. This isn't the type of thing that I really would worry about. I'd be 100% fine with the map going forward if it were like that, but if I have the opportunity to be a perfectionist and make a few more changes, I'd love to do it. I think you need to be old Malay to reconsider it, and only in a wood game. What's that about? Oh, to be fish booming? Yeah. The crazy part about it is how insane the original circle gate code was from the Mad Catter, and how I had to come up with something even more insane. So crossbows getting in on the gold. They have ballistics now. They have ballistics, and that's going to be a ton of dead Vills. Oh no, more Vills walking over to the gold mine even. And great fight from Lamo, who now has a 20 Vil lead over Kozomonot. So after a very short game, but admittedly Valley can be like that, we're having a much more competitive game here of Reverse Acropolis. But Lamo has to be careful on this hill. Has to be extra careful that all those Shinbei raiders don't catch him out of position. And he has to pick off Shinbei raiders here. This is awkward. I think he just needs to go to the top of the hill. There he goes, shooting them down. And down they go. Now you want to eat some fish? We'll have to wait for another map, though. Or build fish traps.
准备就绪，什么？准备就绪，何种命令？什么？准备就绪，何种命令？
And castle comes up. A villager is wanting to build the castle. But the Shinbei raiders going down to skirms. Is this a doubt castle? Are there enough skirms to stop this? I don't think so. They'll get a couple of Vils killed. Or one Vil killed, actually. But Imperial Age is on the way for Lamo. Problem for Lamo, though, needs to get a castle or some type of push to stop this. Middle control of the pond leads to 2 gold mines there for Kozomonot. Lamo has some Vils that are just taking a little pond break. Oh, this is where the Imp TC is. Not like this, Lamo. Not like this. Oh, some Tiger Cav out for the way. Lamo trying to get his own TC up. Oh no, there are no vills nearby to repair. The castle's gonna destroy it. Oh no. And he's not noticing. 50%. And what's half the TC? 1,200? Oh, this is gonna be so close. He did not he's not even noticing. At least the Tiger Cav don't add more arrows. Does the castle destroy it fast enough? This is so close, 60%. I think he makes it. I think he makes it if the Tiger Cav don't go and attack. This is perfectly calculated if it works because he didn't want to train vills from this TC. Okay, it's close. 75% and it's just at about a quarter HP. Oh, this is going to be so close. 80%. I don't think he gets it. I don't think he gets it. If he repairs, he'd be okay. You have Bodkin's in for the castle. 88%, 89, 90%, but 400 HP. Here comes some vills. Where are the vills going? They're gonna build something there. Castle there. 97, 200 HP. 99, 100 HP, and it's in. It is in. 150 HP left, and he gets Imp successfully. Perfectly calculated. Didn't waste any villagers who spawned from that TC and died to castle fire. Absolutely perfect from Lamo. Calculated. 4K Elo strats. And now he has another castle coming up in the middle. And he makes it with 150 HP left. Here comes some Tiger Cav. They're not going to try to deny that castle. They will get a good raid on the gold, perhaps. They have a ton of Pierce armor. So you might need to add in Halbs rather quickly as the Khmer here. Especially if you want to protect Trebs in a Treb fight. 106 vills to 95. And I worry that the raids here for Kozomonot on this TC might be brutal. So Imperial Age versus Castle Age now. Tiger Cav are a really scary unit with all the armor they have. 4 Pierce armor is insane. But at least they have a weakness to monks. And maybe a weakness to Bracer. Is chemistry in? No, chemistry's not in. If you have chemistry for the TC then, maybe with Bracer it helps to stop them. But 5 Pierce armor is really good for how much HP that unit has. And here's a Treb, but how do you actually defend the Treb if you're Lamo? I think you need to wall it in. I think you need to wall it in. He's about to finish mining this gold. As the Tiger Cav run forward and will hit the vills, they have to run back to the castle. I don't think he can protect the Treb though. I really think he needs some Halbs. But that's also an upgrade he might not be able to afford with all the raids that he's facing now. And maybe his Imp was a bit too quick. Maybe those resources should have been adding in some more knights in the Castle Age. Then you'd have something that could fight the Tiger Cav. They don't have much melee armor, so knights actually do decently against them. More so than ranged units. As long as you don't let them build their attack too much. But here are some good raids on villagers. Vills don't count for their attack bonus, right? It has to be military units. I think it has to be... Or no, I guess they do. Oh my gosh, don't let Tiger Cav raid your vills and build their attack up. So Lamo not noticing this, but at the same time though, looks like his elephants are getting a good raid on Kozomonot's base. There's a couple more dead elephants there as he's killed vills. So, oh no, another castle job here from Kozomonot. Lamo's not going to be there in time to stop this. He will lose the middle. At the same time though, he's trebbing. And 2 trebs out. These vills shouldn't be able to repair this forever. And this will be another middle castle. Lamo has to notice that. So much to notice on this map, though. And those Tiger Cav, so annoying in his eco. Res collected, still more for Lamo by about 2k. And this is the craziness of Silver League, right? We don't have perfect gameplay. It's really high level between great players, but it's not perfect. And we see some sloppiness here and there. And Tiger Cav finally jumping the Trebs, and I think again a huge mistake not to have the Trebs walled in. Crossbows don't stop the Tiger Cav fast enough. And with those final repairs, especially when the crossbows don't have chemistry, I think Kozomonot keeps this castle standing and manages to click Imp himself in a safe TC. And all chemistry's gonna die to the university. Chemistry's gonna die? Is that the right phrasing? No, it's not. It's gonna fail to be finished. The university will go down before chemistry is finished. And without chemistry, that's gonna be much weaker. crossbow's already fighting a unit with high pierce armor. Down goes the university. Say goodbye to chemistry. And the tiger calves still are running around. And the tiger calf chasing the Villes. Shrub goes for the castle. Is this enough crossbows to defend? That's low HP. They're fine for now, fine for now. 1 HP left, and it goes down. So Treb going for the castle. And Tiger Cav coming. Oh, that's some dead Villes. Lamau down to 80 villagers. And Lamo struggling here. Struggling mightily against the Tiger Cav raids. A unit that I don't think players really know how to deal with properly with all of its pierce armor. You have to make melee units against it. Crossbows don't really cut it. It's now 4+2, right? That's more pierce armor than you'd have a Castle Age Eagle Warrior. And yeah, you can get a lot of imp upgrades. But unless you're getting Arbalest, you're not taking good fights against them. And Trebs will go down, this castle stays up, and when imp comes in, this might be a GG. So very, very interesting game. I think a lot of things went right for Lamo, but he couldn't quite deal with the imp transition and the Tiger Cav in time. Cant Mystery. Chemistriant. And there is the GG. But well done from Lamo early on. Wonderful damage with that attack when he got through the berries. Didn't overstay his welcome, made the right call. Took some damage on the wood line, but recovered from it with the castle age he had. And I think the right decision not to idle the Villes in the houses when the skirms were attacking them. They were only feudal skirms. Remember, he didn't really lose any Villes there. But at the end of the day, he couldn't stop the Tiger Cav raid once they came in. 89 to 25 KD. And maybe instead of going imp, should have committed heavier to the castle age. That's always the hard thing about Age of Empires, knowing when to go imp and when not to. Chris read about that in his book all those years ago. And still a tricky thing to figure out today. Oh, I can save and load default settings for a tab. Wait, what? That's amazing. And yeah, that imp timing did not pay off. He still couldn't fight the Tiger Cav and imp. This is the only set. We're going to have a gold set. That's supposed to start in 10 minutes from now. So we'll cast that right after this one ends. Oh, I forgot to do the scoreboard. I need to remember these double scoreboard changes. 2 points for Cosmonaut. And in the drafts, what do we have? Valley, Cosmonaut 1. And then reverse Acropolis. Also, for civs, that was Burgundians and Wei. He'll have his first pick Italians for his home map against Khmer and Goths. So this will be Italians against either, well, 3 civs for the map. Malians, Byzantines, and Javidians. I almost combined them and said Metallians. That'd be a civ. Combine the Italians and the Malians. And what do we have here? It looks like T90's doing some commie games. Not even casting his own tournament, doing the commie games. Dave's doing Pokemon. Well, I guess they're getting ready for Red Bull this weekend. They're gonna have a lot of Red Bull. No, not that type of commie game. Love that Age of Mythology music. And Cosmonaut Lamo, High Tide's coming up. Good old coffee keeping me awake. Still not getting this email about my car estimate, so I guess I'll call them at the end of the day and see what the status is on that. I'd rather not go into the weekend not having an estimate. This is only cup number 2. Cup number 2. I don't do any more than 2 cups of coffee per day. Beyond that, I worry about getting headaches. Even 2 is pushing it. Tiger Cab, Imp Stats, and Castle Age. Scary ass unit. I agree with that. How big are the cups? It is this large. This is how big the coffee cup is. Chemistry? A chemistry? Need to standardize the coffee cup size. We chat can't even agree on Fahrenheit versus calculus or versus Celsius. Did I say Fahrenheit calculus? Oh gosh. That's one unit of measurement there. Fahrenheit versus Celsius. Yeah, this is an old mug. That's what I got from my math graduation. Chat agrees. Well, they can't agree if they're wrong. People are always like, oh, Celsius is the freezing and boiling points of water. How often do you deal with those specific temperatures? Like, how often do you have 100 Celsius and it matters? Well, do you ever actually, like... You don't go check the temperature of your stove when you're boiling the water. You just turn the stove on and you boil the water. Only every day. So TC, shooting the elephant, and we'll have that lured in from Kozomonot. So it'll be Dravidians and Italians. Another I, A, and S ending of the Civ names. I've noticed that a lot. Now we got, what, Sicilians, Italians, Malians, and Dravidians now. What a Civ combo. Do I cast Velesa versus Overtaken? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That'll be the next set. So, ostriches being pushed in. Like I said, I adjusted the ostrich and the sheep spawns a bit to be more consistent on this map from what they were in the past. That's what V3 is. Very small adjustment. Someone pointed out this was an old map script and used an old placement for the hunt that occasionally they would be missing. It was pretty rare, but occasionally they'd be missing, so I fixed that. V2 was I made the gold down here a bit more fair, so we don't have... In the past, that gold pile could have been, like, over here, and you'd have all 4 gold piles on one half of the map, so even that out a bit. There's enough stone down here, I don't think that'll ever happen. There should always be at least 1 stone on one side. But no one going for a dock just yet. We have seen some Lithuanian builds where players immediately go for the dock. Another villager from Kozomonot running up to the north. How much harder is it to rework an old map compared to starting from scratch to replicate a map in engine? Completely depends on who authored the old map and how complicated it is. If the old map is a few hundred lines of code, then I usually just rewrite it, because from that position, rewriting it doesn't take much time, and usually it's a very simple map. If the map is several thousand lines of code, or tens of thousands of lines of code, then there is a more significant cost to reading through the old map script and figuring out how it works to rewrite it, but often more benefit to rewriting it because it's more complicated and making small changes tends to break more things. So there are trade-offs for everything. And sometimes the best decision is to rewrite it completely, because then I spend less time debugging it. So here we have a Vil fight. That Vil and the Scout converge. Lamo trying to wall himself in, but over the diagonal, Kozomonot gets the kill. Loses the... Did he just delete the Scout there? He loses the Scout. But that Vil did not have Loom and goes down. So it does delay the dock, but honestly, trading a villager when you kill the Scout isn't the worst thing in the world. Because now your opponent won't know what you're doing on land, and if you decide to go men-at-arms, they won't scout it, and we have seen lots of men-at-arms pushes on this map. And that's a scout that wasn't pushing deer, wasn't collecting the goats at the same time. But with the elephants on the map, you put the elephants in the back, if I recall, on this map, so it's less likely to be lamed. As he picks up his goats. Why is that goat going forward? Guess he just wants to scout. Oh wait, no, never mind. That's Lamo's scout. He wants to lame. There we go, getting some revenge. And this is exactly what happens if your opponent doesn't have their scout. They lose their goats. So Lamo, if he makes a circle around Kozomonot's base, will grab 2 more goats. So losing 1 Vil and delaying the dock, but the trade-off is he killed the scout and grabbed 2 goats. So I think that evens it out pretty well. Might even prefer Lamo's position there. But 2 fishing ships, though. 2 fishing ships for the Italians. Cheaper fishing ships pumping out rather quickly. So more res collected for Kozomonot so far. But if the scout grabs those 2 goats and pulls them back, as long as there isn't going to be a quick men-at-arms rush, I think Lamo has some time as Dravidians to wait. So is that Vil going for... Oh, he's going for the goats right now. Let's see if Lamo can see that and maybe disrupt it. And Kozomonot in the Fog of War picks up the goats. There we go. And the scout needs to be careful of the TC. It's in the same spot every time, so don't run into it. He's going to see... He wants to scout the gold, sees the mining camp coming up. Does Lumen is up himself, a minute slower. And the goats do get in. Alright, the goats do get in. And now 2 fishing ships out for the Dravidians. Second dock there for Kozomonot, who in all likelihood will win the water. And that is the big difference here. That's the big difference. So maybe it is Kozomonot who still has a better spot after all. The fishing ships in the Dark Age letting you get up to the Feudal Age faster could lead to your winning the water. On this map, though, I have seen lots of players win the water and lose the game. I don't know what it is about the map, but it feels that sometimes the water doesn't become all that snowbally. Maybe it's because the fish are so far away, but Dravidians should help deal with that. 30 food at a time from the fishing ships compared to 15. And second dock there for Lamo. But he'll be behind by a round of fire galleys now. And earlier double bit axe here for Kozomonot. As the men-at-arms now start coming forward. Hard not to say Lamo. It is. Lamo, Lamo. I don't even know how this is actually pronounced. I just say something. That sounds almost like it. It's one of those names I struggle with. Limbao. Exactly, this is Limbao, of course. Low HP Vil there. TC trying to hit the scout. Doesn't actually get an arrow to land. Lamo. If he's laming. I think Lamo is the closest I can get. So, running the fishing ships, and pumping out his own fire galleys. So, it looks like this will be a water-intensive match, but range added in for archers. Forward gold from Kozomonot, so archers could do some damage, and yeah, exactly, he did go for men-at-arms. And if Kozomonot has to protect the wood line, could be distracted from the gold at the front. Just doing the range now, so a little while until he gets skirms. And dual fire galleys. Now, you have to be careful about that villager with the demo out. Degenerated to Lay Meow. I wish Capture Age alt-tabbed more smoothly, so I could click the auto mod button. So spear goes down. And what's over here? Men-at-arms trying to push through the house. Oh, look at that fire flickering over the HP bar. That's interesting. And defensive tower on the gold. And that should go up. No fletching for that archer. But that'll keep the gold safe at the expense of exposing the wood line. And Kozomonot's wood line still is open if archers run around the back, or if men-at-arms run around the back. So that dock's surrounded completely, but we're about to have 4 fire galleys for Lamo. regular names. My favorite was the player named Dreams, who used a vertical bar, a V, and a second vertical bar to spell the M. And T90 called him Drevis, because he thought dreams would be confusing. That was a question right there. Yeah, exactly, Bob. Drevis. That was a good one. Can only call someone... Also, I'll say a fleuret or épée, but not any other fencing weapon. Alright, so Archer's still hitting the wood line, fletching on the way for Lamo. And looks like Lamo did come back to win the water. There are still 2 fishing ships left here for Kozomonot, but they have run to the corner. And the res collected difference, only 400 separating them. So still a good score lead for Lamo. And Dravidian's OP if it gets through a skirmore, I guess. Still his men-at-arms had to force a lot of Vil time in wood repairing that house. Scout there killing a Vil if Kozomonot doesn't realize he can fight back. Seems to be microing the archers though and has forgotten about the Vil, who finally fights but downhill and still kills the scout. 2 HP left. And almost there, almost got the Vil, but not quite working out. And armor on the way. If he gets armor and a hill bonus, then could probably want to... Or then he could probably take a fight with the skirms. Skirms hitting the archers, but looks like Kozomonot's cleaning that. And has a slight Vil lead, 34 to 32. And still has 2 fishing ships out here, but won't be fishing all that efficiently anymore, as the fires are fairly spread out. So skirm, it's the Vil, but just a skirm. Not gonna get a kill there. Oh, look at that gold. Look at that gold for Lamo. I guess needs a market and needs to buy his way up. Floating a ton of gold. Can happen if you're thinking about fighting for water but don't commit heavily to it. Still has more fires and should be preventing this fishing. But so much you need to micro here. This is absolutely crazy. To micro several groups of skirms around your enemy base, set up your own eco, control your own fishing ships, and your fires. And right now, not even fishing is Lamo. Just in a position where the fires could kill the Dockville, could go for the fishing ships, but not able to micro that much. Single skirm harassing the woodline is at 2010 again. Skirms harassing the farms so the Vils can't work. That's 2026 in a nutshell. Skirm dying to the TC. Scouts from the stable, so if you're forcing your opponent to go scouts, you know you're slowing down their castle age. And Lamo still too much gold, not enough food, not able to click up. Men-at-arms coming over as the skirms have to run from the scouts. And then we have castle age on the way from Kozomonot. Archer and skirm over here, another range coming up there for Lamo. And fire ships going down. And wall goes down. Another fire galley hoovering around. And that will go down as some fishing ships run back and forth. So Castle Age clicked for both players, but a minute faster for Kozomonot. And we saw all that gold Lamo was floating, slowing down the Castle Age transition. And as Dravidians, what's he gonna do here? Skirms and more skirms, maybe. I guess he has more archers on the way. Feels like skirms against all the crossbows are kinda necessary, though. Italians could go cav, but you're usually thinking of them as an archer civ. And There's only one fishing ship left, so skirms the hill there. Gonna slow down Kozomonot's advance slightly. Enough archers mixed in that the skirms, or the scouts might not want to dive the skirms. Oh, there the scouts go. Feels like green can just attack here and maybe win outright. Maybe. Here's Kozomonot up to the castle age. How much army? And then a workshop on the way for Kozomonot. So good archer line there. And Lamo, he wants to fight as much as he can before crossbow, but that's not going to be much longer. He's suiciding some army here. Unless he's going to make a full cav transition, which you're not going to do with Dravidians. That hurts. Everything goes down, he won't be able to get upgrades. I think he needed to be maybe walling, camping in his base a bit. But he's up with 3 ranges, and he has to do skirm. He's doing everything he can to buy himself time to get elite skirm. Even going for the armor before Bodkin. Ooh, that workshop threatened by the crossbows, though. And has to run. A couple of docks in the north still there, a villager fishing. But he's gonna call the GG as this army gets in and he can't stop it. Can't stop it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe if he pulled this army back, you'd have a chance. It's not like the Vills were all that different. But losing that army puts the nail in the coffin for him. So, there we go. Just in time to watch the next set, I guess. That's 3 wins for Kozomonot. And where are we at? That's a 33 to 21 KD for Kozomonot. Made it work. And GG's for him. 3-0 sweep over Lamo. That reverse Acropolis game was pretty interesting. And I've liked that map so far. At least I have a little bug report for myself. Yeah, Dr. Clan. That's what I said. It's Dr. Agenstar et al. That's what Black Sails is. I'll play flags. Remind me to do the flags later. I think I'm going to update the scoreboards to put the flags on the out-of-game overlay, and maybe in the bottom right on the in-game overlay, so I have room for the unique units at the top. I need to play around with that a bit. So that's Kozomonot winning High Tides. He gets a nice 3-0 sweep over Italians, winning with Italians over Dravidians. Dogao in SY. Hey, Daniel's in SY right now. So, what do we have here? We will have... It is gold now. I gotta make all my logos gold. Look at this. Oh, did I leave the gold logo up here? Wrong thing. There you go. Oh, no, I just changed it. There you go. Change it in Capture Age, change it here. It'll be gold. And let's see if we have those drafts. Let me check the Discord channel. This will now be overtaken. Let me also update my YouTube title. Alright, so where are these drafts? We have Overtaken versus Velesa. They're just drafting the civs now. So Velesa will be on the left side. Let me update the scoreboard. This will be gold. Daniel and SY. MYI is no longer a thing. Sato's on the Taiwan AoE gaming team now. And they just finished their Civ draft, so I think we're timed perfectly for this. And hello, Spruny, how are you doing? Welcome in to the first match of TTL Gold. And we will wait for them to get their lobby going. But welcome everyone, TTL Gold is starting today. And We've been seeing quite a few matches on the Silver League so far, but it's time for Gold. This is the first time I will see Mudflow. That leaves Tulo as the only map I haven't seen yet. Or did we see Tulo? I don't think we did. I saw players message me about practicing it, about the regicide settings, but I haven't casted it yet. So it'll be Overtaken and Velesa. Game number 1 on a valley. Home map for Velesa will be High Tides. Lots of High Tides. We've been seeing that map over and over and over again. And then Mudflow also for Overtaken. And to revive 3v3s. All the Finnish guys reappear. You need Velesa, Max, and Rubenstock as a 3v3 team. So, Velesa. We'll see what type of shape he's in. So that gold logo, I need to move it slightly to the right, don't I? Even a tiny bit more. Yeah, I think that's more centered. Maybe that was slightly too much. There. Teasing good things for team games. We'll see, we'll see. I would like to do another cartographers at some point. But am I good on coffee? I just finished my second coffee, so I think that means I'm good. Actually, there's a tiny bit left. Let me finish it. Okay, I just finished the last drops of my second coffee, so I think I'm good on coffee for this set. And let's... There is the lobby that they're hosting. Let's go. It will be on the Europe server, it looks like. On the map Valley, Velesa hosting. And Velesa versus Overtaken. Where's Overtaken from? EE is the flag code. That's Estonia. Okay. Estonia. Didn't realize Overtaken was from Estonia. We got 2 blue and white flags for us. The Gulf of Finland Cup. Yeah, Estonia. Okay, so the ping between these players should hopefully be pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing Mudflow. Haven't seen that yet in Silver. Still needs to do some overlay updates, but I think we're making some progress at least every day. Yeah, T90's got his commie games going. So, hope you guys are enjoying TTL. I'm having a blast casting it. Velesa will win with fewer vills? Or is that what you're saying, Magnet Mood? Fewer vills? Oh wow, my OBS chat stopped updating, but I can still read the chat on my window. OBS, what are you doing? Let me reopen the window, maybe. There we go. Alright, so still trying to load into the game. They're still in the lobby, but I see them both in the lobby. Right now, Velesa 25-29, Overtaken 25-31. So a difference of 2 elos separate these players. This should be a good match. Velesa at his peak, I think, would be a heavy favorite, but he's probably not at his peak right now. I haven't really been seeing as much Velesa these days. And let's see, still not getting the email about my estimate. So, waiting to hear back on that. That's a cool flag with those colors. Yeah, like I said, I want to get flags on the scoreboard out here. I like the angled scoreboard, but maybe the flags don't fit into that all that well, so I might need to redesign the scoreboard a bit. Will Velesa be overtaken? And yes, more high tides. Maybe we need to make sure the tides start receding. Alright, are they starting soon? Oh yes, they are starting. Lovely. The map is a valley, and we'll be launching into it. It'll be... Velesa will be the blue Magyars, Overtaken will be the red Jurchens. So Magyars, Jurchens on Valley. So let's look at those civs. Georgians, Jurchens, Malay, Lithuanians, Dravidians for Overtaken. But Persians, Byzantines, Hindustanis, Magyars, Koreans for Velesa. Okay, okay. Byzantines, a very scary civ, I guess for... Where are you going to use them though? Mudflow? High tides? Both of those feel like maybe the Persians are the better civ there. Jurchens, so that the hunt doesn't decay on Valley. But there's so much hunt, I don't know if that's actually a good bonus. I feel like other than Mongols, the Goth and the Jurchen hunt bonuses aren't worth as much, because there's so much hunt. Maybe I'm wrong about that though. Players declining over time makes you melancholic. Makes me just feel old. We call Viper old and washed all the time, and he's only a year older than I am. It also feels weird when I was at NAC. I think I was the youngest of the casters. I'm pretty sure Dave's older than I am, and I know T90's like a month older than I am. Actually, other than Mem though, Mem's the youngest. So, right, our first game of TTL Gold, and we will write gold on this scoreboard. Play all three, same settings, same maps as silver, but different players. We have Overtaken versus Velesa. So, right away, as the Jurchens, 1 second of idle time building that house, it looks like. Or queuing the vills at the start. Isn't Mem like 25? Exactly, yeah. Mem is 25. Oh, is there a Panda Rock? This is the map that could have the Panda Rock on it. I mean, let's give it a look. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, we have a Panda Rock. Look at him go, look at him go. He's gonna jump. There he goes. Whee. Okay, Panda jumps, and he's gonna crawl around the side. This is the Panda map. This is the Panda map. There he goes. Okay, we saw this Panda has hops. Will he make the jump? Will he make it? He's going for it. Look at him go. He's gonna try to reach. Will he make it? There he goes, and almost. Oh, he didn't make it. He scared this one. He jumped. He's gonna go again. They need more animations for the Panda Rock. That guy's just chilling out, snacking on his bamboo. Anyway, the game itself. This will be the... All the maps are the same, but I gave it a few different themes. This will be the swampy theme. This will be here, Velesa to the southeast against Overtaken to the northwest. Magyars, Jurchens with hunt and sheep that don't decay. A decent Dark Age bonus for them. I was questioning earlier whether it helps them much in the middle, because there's so much food there. I don't know if having it last longer really helps when you really want to be collecting it faster. I'd still say Mongols should be great on this map. And looks like we'll have the boar lured into the TC. I wonder if these players will try to push the deer. There are a few deer scattered about, but not too many. Really got to look for them if you want to push them. But we did see players pushing deer in the first game. Looks bug, they're starting with negative 27 vils. No, actually, it's only 24 vils different, or 25 vils different than Empire Wars. 25 vils different, not 27. It's what, 29 pop with 28 vils? So we're, everything's fine here, 3 vils as intended. Tried to mix the different bamboos together. Have the smaller bamboo surrounding the larger bamboo now. We have more bamboo in the Three Kingdoms DLC. And will there be a lame on the pigs? Ooh, okay. So Velesa there, he was doing something tricky. He saw that Overtaken was luring the boar in and shooting the boar with the TC. So he decided to take that moment to dive his scout near the pigs. Either getting the TC to shoot the pigs if he stole them or stealing them outright. So a nice little movement there from Velesa, but doesn't actually get a kill. And, ooh, runs too close to the lumber camp vills. And we'll get hit there. So another mill going up on the berries there for Overtaken. And Scout in the back running around by the next lumber camp. He'll run out by the Villes. I mean by the gold, and see where the gold is. So this map, as we've talked about before, I spread the wood lines out quite a bit. Each player does have a couple wood lines themselves, but then the rest of the wood lines more far apart and should be harder to wall than normal valley, especially for Overtaken. He could wall from the back wood line to the TC and out here, but hard to wall the front. He does have a gold here, though, that's fairly wallable if he goes to the side. He actually could have a really safe base if he uses the TC as part of the wall and goes for a big wall. And it all depends on how you wall, and you never know how players these days are going to find ways to wall their bases. You had to be a bit more creative on this map than usual. No, don't jump. Jerchins are fun. Well, we'll see if we get Fire Lancers from the Jerchins. We did nerf the siege towers. Remember, they have less HP now, from 220 down to 175, and also nerfed their garrison capacity from 10 down to 5. So they won't hit a warp speed boost from having 10 infantry inside. They're much slower now, and feudal age slower for Velesa. 20 pop versus 18. Scary to think that 20 pop is a slow feudal these days, but it is. 20 pop with loom versus 18 pop with loom. So it'll be up 50 seconds slower, or 49 seconds slower given the 1 second of idle time. Well, it's one thing not to be up with the meta, but also different maps. So if you study the maps, you might not need to know the current meta as well for this pool of maps. Scout hitting the palisade walls, the Villese to go and repair that. And farm added in there for Velesa. Magyar recurve bow CA should still destroy any unit the Jerchins can make. I mean, we did see that on Arena earlier against the Burgundians, but you have to get to that point, and that's late in the game for how aggressive this map is. And is Velesa going to let the Scout in? He could let the Scout in and try to wall it. So far, Velesa is just like, okay, spend your Scout time attacking my wall. I'll just re-wall it. Thank you very much. And up to feudal with a stable. So a standard Scout's opening is neither player going for the middle. Velesa, though, keeping track of that. So it'll be faster attacking mounted units and Fire Lancers. The Jerchins are one of those and Fire Lancer civs. But faster attacking mounted units starting in the feudal age. And then we'll also have Magyars here adding in the free forging. So early Scouts might still go the Magyar's way with their free forging. Has to be careful with the spears, because the spears attack or have that free forging benefit 2 for an extra attack. Villagers use what they're currently carrying. Oh yeah, Old Man Willow. See, I added willow trees to the map. You were questioning, like, oh, I didn't add them to this specific version. Now, the willow trees are on the map. Willow trees are on the map, right next to the pandas, too. Anyway, these Scouts still running around. And Velesa, wall in the front of his base, not walling the back yet. Again, another map where he could go for a really large wall to protect the gold, but it would have to be a large wall indeed. And oh man, he has to also make sure he's not mistaking plants for walls, as he didn't wall all the way to the bamboo. And the Scouts running around in the back. Always a hole. There's always a hole. Oh, there is always a hole, as the overchop on the wood line for Velesa lets the Scouts in. And he'll have to bring his own Scouts over to fight. And the Villes will turn to fight them off. Now that's a nice easy 3 Vil kills for Overtaken there on the wood line. I think Velesa might get 1 Vil in return, as the Magyar is trying to... He has 1, trying to get a second harassing the berries. Those Villes turning and fighting. The Scouts were not able to both fight at the same time. And oh, nice palisade there from Overtaken. That actually will protect the Villes as the spear comes over. So nicely done there against the Magyar Scouts. And Velesa now in a position where he has to defend, but awkward having lost all those Villes. He's over chopping. Yeah, Overtaken sees the overchopping. And heads over to kill the Vils. You gotta be careful about managing your Vils like that. You small wall them. Velesa is a big fan of the small walls. Whenever he even gets the slightest hint of a drush or men-at-arms, you see the walls go up everywhere. This is what Velesa's berries always look like. But hole over here, and those scouts did some damage. Now, Vils on the berries as scouts will have to be careful of the spear. He sees it and turns around. And not as big of a scout commitment from Overtaken, trying to add in the archers. And the spear gets a poke, but the scouts will kill the spear here. Yep, and now they have to run. Now they have to fight. Another spear comes in. They're fighting, trying to avoid the spear. One goes down. They'll try to take the hill. If he could pick the spear on the hill, that'd be nice, but he'll run away. Still forcing those scouts back, forcing some more walls everywhere from Overtaken. Yep, Magyars for attack upgrades. Is there a Fire Lancer Civ without a Fire Lancer bonus? Nope, they all have bonuses. Koreans are the only ones with a general Civ bonus, though, that's applying to the Fire Lancers. The rest of them are and Fire Lancers. And big scout investment from Velesa. And we'll have to see how the uptiming matches for Overtaken against Velesa. Magyars, of course, get cheaper scouts. Velesa getting a nice patrol there. And I don't think 2 spears will be it. Oh, okay, Velesa not fighting that. Thought he was going to commit there. I guess if he had bloodlines, he'd definitely commit there. There's no fletching on the archers. Recurve bow bracer over chemistry. Well, recurve bow is really expensive and blocked by the castle, alright? I think you do still really want the Bodkin chemistry Parthian techs before going heavy cav archer, and then heavy cav archer before recurve bow. Although I suppose with the range you could make an argument for recurve bow before heavy cav archer. Make an argument for that. And okay, here's the fight. Here's the fight, fletching for the skirms, and this should be a good fight in terms of cleaning the army for Velesa, but also has to worry that those scouts were more expensive for him to add in, and still losing a couple. Has to clean that final archer. There he goes. But now 9 military to 2, only down by 1 vill, and he's ready to move forward. Neither player managed to get horse collar for the farms, and neither player taking the resources in the middle. Everything they're taking is at home. Part of me thinks next time I do the map, I maybe want to move the TCs even closer to the middle, and force players to fight more over the middle. But something to think about for the future. So scouts want to break in. Watchtower coming up for Overtaken. A watchtower to protect the gold. So Velesa forcing the tower up. He still has his stone, should he want to sell it and go up, or do TCs after he goes up. And scouts and skirms not quite able to break through, as the tower does go up. They'll turn around, though, and head to the wood line, where... Is there an overchop? No, there's not. 93 wood left on the tree. No overchop, but Overtaken does have to wall to keep this army out. Gets a couple of houses up, and meanwhile at home, Market Blacksmith for Velesa, buying 100 food, and he is just about ready to go up. He will cut army production and go up. They've walled at the stone out here. Yeah, maybe. But again, that does make it harder to repair the walls if you don't have vills nearby to wall behind. Now, there's always trade-offs, as much as it feels like this would be a nicer wall. Won't be close, but it wouldn't be a lane fest. Yeah, there's a lot of ideas I have. that are a bit difficult to do in map scripting and still come with a fair map. Like I said, I wanted the hills gradually to climb to the sides on the valley, but not able to do that with the randomness that I would want in an easy way, so I'd need to spend some time experimenting. Scout's still running here, maybe finding that palisade. Wanting to break through. Ville's coming over. Maybe they can repair that. I mean, totally depends on the map. My main goal is making the maps bug-free. And while also trying to make them pretty with all the terrains. Every map itself has a different meta to it, and that's what makes them fun, that they're all different. And Scout hitting the skirms, so the skirms run away. And there's Castle Age coming in for both of them. And Ville's repairing. That gets much harder to repair once Elite Skirm and Bod can come in. And Velesa looks poised to break through, at the same time overtaking, going for a counterattack. And with only Palisades, Velesa's not safe here. That was a forward farm. He'll have to fall back. And wherever those archers want to break through... Oh, don't overchop again. Overtaken is ready with crossbows. Difference between Valley versus TTL 5 Valley. Fewer deer in the middle, more chickens. The valley is a bit wider, and it's actually a valley with an elevation difference. The original valley didn't actually have a valley. This is more like depressed riverbed than valley, but I guess that's kind of how valleys form sometimes. And this is exactly what I was worried about. Crossbows breaking through the palisades before the cav archer numbers are ready. And tower goes up on the wood line. That's not Velesa doing a TC to defend. He's going for a tower. And he needs to pump skirms out. He'll need another round of skirms or two to defend. But so far so good for causing harassment to the back of Overtaken's base. Skirms there is still cleaning up some of the cav archers and crossbows. Remember, mounted units include cav archers. So this is strictly better for Overtaken as the Jurchens than the Mongols' 25% faster attacking cav archer bonus, because it accounts for all cav. So this is Jurchens just taking a Mongols bonus and doing it even better, which is scary to think about with how good the Mongols are. So Step Lancer pushing through for some pokes, and Scouts taking down the skirms. They would have hills outside the boundary of the map. Which, okay, fair enough, but hills outside the map. You gotta use your imagination then. And Velesa needs to abandon this wood line as the crossbows come in. At least there's no ballistics, so the Vills can run. And skirms can chase after them. Skirms, again, no ballistics. So crossbows, I would say the crossbows could run, but no. Overtaken choosing to fight. But he'll lose all of the crossbows because of that. Okay, a bit awkward he didn't try to run. Maybe he was thinking he had a Step Lancer that would help out. As both players go in cav archers now, the Magyars will produce their cav archers more quickly, but will not have the stronger cav archers until recurve bow comes in. I still think recurve bow is better than the firing rate. I mentioned Mongols because mounted units fire faster includes cav archers. The Mongols bonus is just cav archers fire faster. So, originally it wasn't 25%, but when they buffed it to 25%, they just basically replicated the Mongols bonus, but better, because it includes more units. So there is Bowsaw on the way for Velesa, who gets his second TC up a bit more quickly, and if he's forcing Overtaken into a siege workshop while he's booming with the second TC, he probably feels pretty good about himself then. He must like that position. Cav archers running around trying to find the wood line, trying to break in. Skirm is hitting the Vil on the farm, who is losing some HP. And there is husbandry on the way for Overtaken, as Vils go to build a house. And they will go down on the houses as the Cav archers try to shoo the Vils away. Vil goes down. Mongols get Thumb Ring, though Jurchens don't. Makes their Cav archers much better. That's true, that's true. Mongols do have Thumb Ring. And Jurchens do lack Thumb Ring. For 15% faster. So Mongol Cav archers are still better in the end. But, oh, that is a good rocket cart shot on the skirms. Velesa didn't notice. And we'll lose another skirm as he runs. So, ballistics on the way. Is there an overchop? No, there's not. And the Vils will have to run off of that wood line. So another range coming up. 3 ranges at the front for Velesa. And walls here for Velesa. And okay, this is scary. It's only a palisade wall. As I said earlier, I'm afraid of defending with only palisades. And Velesa might take some damage here. Put in a lot of work to get that early Vil lead. Now needs to make sure he doesn't lose them. Skirms here fighting the Cav archers. And Overtaken gonna decide to get back. He will run away and not do damage here. There wasn't much defense there for Velesa, and he will add in an extra TC on that gold. And that's 3 TCs to 1, and Velesa should have a great eco lead as long as he can hold on now. And with the Cav archers running around, he's going to try to head off Overtaken. Or, no, he's going to stop. Okay, never mind. I thought, oh, he's going to look for a fight and stop him, but no. Still with the skirms, maybe we'll look for that, but mostly he's worried about getting back now. Hello, another willow tree. And so, still waiting to see the Fire Lancer transition, but so far Ballistics and Bowsaw now the upgrades for Overtaken, as Velesa should start pulling ahead in eco quite well. Skirm's hitting the Cav archers. And then Town Watch on the way for Velesa. And Cowarch is being chased around. Mining camp hit, or mining camp placed on the stone, but this will be very exposed. Very exposed. That's 25 Cav archers to 22, and the Maggers will keep adding their Cav archers more quickly. When they get Thumb Ring and Recurve Bow, they're going to be very scary. Yeah, and wasting Cav archers against the skirms is never good. There's gold mining on the way for Overtaken. Cavs running around on the outside. Or Cav archers running around. Just a nice patrol to keep track in case anything comes from the side from Overtaken. Town Watch in there for Velesa. And Wheelbarrow on the way for him too. Seems strong but are fragile. Seems fairly accurate. I think they're at their best when they're going Fire Lancer though. But that's true for any Fire Lancer civ. His Wheelbarrow on the way. Oh, look at that dancing, that flank formation dancing. Dancing back and forth to dodge some fire. There they are, pushing forward. big Cav Archer fight and feels that has overtaken Velesa in terms of numbers. And Velesa has to pull back for a moment. Velesa's up by 30 Vils, and he doesn't need to take a fight here. He can pull back and hold for a bit as he's up to the Imperial Age. Is this open? Oh, that's open. That is open. That's not walled. And oh, these farmers here are in a rough spot. This here, that gap needs to be walled, as does over here, so the Cav Archers don't run around. They'll take out another palisade. Vils have to fall back off of their stone mine. And overtaken now. More Cav Archers, up by 10 Cav Archers. And more ranges. That Magyar production speed bonus is going to be crucial for Velesa, who, taken off of stone now, doesn't have access to a castle. If he could do a castle right in the middle of his eco, that'd be one thing. Make it much easier to defend. But now he has to pull off of that gold and off of that wood line. Maybe come down for wood over here, gold over here. And seeing how aggressive the map is, and when Velesa found a way to wall, it was a very small wall. Now Overtaken will wall all the way to the edge of the map, have an extra gold, some extra wood in the back, and also venture forth for a forward TC on some stone. Rocket cart on this TC, and this is the downside of going imp. You can be pushed while you're doing the transition. And he still needs to make it cleanly to imp, do thumb ring, do the upgrades. Once he gets bracer, he should be good to fight. And now he's going to delete a house, think about going forward maybe. Overtaken will see that, and he'll think again about going forward. I still like Velesa's position here, but there's imp also from Overtaken. 30 Vil difference, but maybe the Cav Archer numbers matter more now than the Vil difference. Rocket cart's also still scary. And hello, Ganuga Gap, how you doing? How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. I need to remember to drink some water. Mining camp is oddly aesthetic. This is where we're 4.5 hours in and I need to stay hydrated. Another TC going up on the stone as the Cav Archers run around. We'll have chemistry, gold shaft mining in ballistics. He's taken the shaft, as Dave would say. Parthian tactics for the Cav Archers. Parthian is more armor. Crucial for the Cav Archer engagements. He just needs the final armor at the blacksmith now. And at this moment right now, Overtaken does not want to fight this. He does not want to fight. He's trying to take the hill and use the rocket cart. But he's so close to imp, he might just need to run and save his numbers. And this, even with the hill... Ooh, I think this should be a good fight for Velesa with the upgrades. Maybe he needs to wait a bit more for the upgrades to come in, doing his armor now. But Overtaken lost a lot there, and he's going to lose even more. A few skirms poking at the Cav Archers too for Velesa, and Velesa deciding, let's split my army up, but a Castle Age rocket cart will die to those Cav Archers. And Velesa trying to go forward while he's still fighting there. Fire Lancers are something else, I agree with you. And everything clean here from from Overtaken, and it looks like Velesa will win the game. Sorry, not Ozone. We casted Ozone the other day. Overtaken. As the Cav Archers for Velesa come forward and would pressure everything that's going on here, even with a couple of holes. So Velesa showing us some good form in game number 1. Showing us good form, and then we'll have 94 to 76 KD there. Eco, much better for Velesa. Technology-wise, faster imp, even just by a few seconds, really does pay off in those large Cav Archer fights when you have the better eco. And GG, Velesa, true to his form, playing well. And let's see, maps, that's Valley, won by Velesa. So, in all likelihood, that's Mudflow for the next map. And for civs, that was Magyars over Jurchens, so higher pick used for Overtaken too. So GG there. Let's say Ozone streaming on Twitch, but not playing in the set we're casting. Velesa has signed up for Red Bull. I don't know if he has. It would be fun to cast him if he's playing this weekend. And indeed, Mudflow the next map. And this is where Velesa will use Persian. So he will be Persians. Overtaken will go Malay. So Malay, the third save in Overtaken's draft. I guess he's saving Georgians then for High Tides. And probably Byzantines for High Tides then for Velesa. And let's see what's going on. Okay, capture age over here. All my windows moving around. Make sure I can see both chats. There we go, everything is good. So, it is a play all 3. 2 more games regardless. We will see both maps, which means we see yet another High Tides. I'm hungry and I'm gonna need to lunch soon after these games. I need to get more snacks or stuff I can eat while streaming. Hello, Maple Leaf Lancer. I am having a great Friday. Thank you very much. And I am constantly checking my email, hoping for this email about my car, and nope, no email left. I need to plug my phone in and charge it soon. And here we go. So Overtaken will be in the red to the north as the Malay. Velesa to the south in the blue as the Persians. I've not seen this map yet, so we'll see how it goes. You do have a couple of fish by your TC. And that will work out for Overtaken, starting to take them just now. Pumping out some villagers. Velesa doing the same. You also do have reeds by your TC. What do we have here? 5 reeds. 5 reeds for each player. That's 250 wood. Sometimes players use the reeds as part of their build order too. So gotta make sure you can click the one behind the TC. Velesa's still playing. And then small wood lines by the TC. Small wood lines there. As the water buffalo run around, and Velesa still will run with his scout. And middle of the map, there's a relic. There are 4 stones on the map, on the shallows, a total of 2 per player. So 16 tiles of stone in total. What's that in total on the map? Let me check all that. So 5,600 stone on the map. 2 groups of 4 per player in the middle, and then each player has their own group of 4 at home. So 1 stone at home and then 2 in the middle. And that should be an emphasis on the middle of the late game. Oh yeah, this map has a panda rock too. Hello, pandas. Hello, hello. Can you make the jump? 2 games in a row with a panda rock. Maybe he'll make it this time. Maybe he will make it. You think he'll make it, chat? You think he'll make it? And, oh, he didn't make it. The one change I made to this map since the Hidden Cup version. Oh, is Velesa gonna lame? Please lame Velesa. He's not. The one change I made are these outside golds. They should be distributed much more fairly. In the past, there might have been a situation where Overtaken had a gold in the back corner, back here. That was very safe, and Velesa wouldn't have a corresponding gold. Now I should have evened that out a bit, so they are extremely fair. Not always going to be exactly equal, but should be much more fair than they were in the past. He only makes it when you look away. Okay, okay. It's just like the Loch Ness Monster, only there when you're not looking. So make sure to look for her on Reverse Acropolis. So houses going up for Velesa.
سلام. آماده.
And more houses going up by the barracks as the militia pop out. Pandas should be on the TC rooftops? Then they'd get hit by mangonel shots, though. That might be dangerous. Change the map so the panda could make it. We'll need to mod the graphics one day so that the panda makes it. That's not a map thing, unfortunately. I can't change the panda's jumping ability in the map script as much as I'd love to. Oh, look at that! Downhill house attacked by the scout from Overtaken. His home map, so obviously he had planned for this. -2 melee armor in the Dark Age, and the scout atop the hill. Oh, that is nice. You gotta pick Hindustanis, though, for the extra attack bonus against houses. Oh, that thing, you're tearing through those houses early on. Hello, Langzander. Welcome, welcome. I put the country flags. I could do that. So what did we say? This was, he's from Estonia and Finland. There we go. Like I was saying, though, I think in the future I do civs up here, and I'll put country flags down there and replace the civ name down there with the clan name, so we don't have too much repetition in the overlay. Because we already have the civ icons there. We don't need civ icons in 3 places. So I think unique units up here to represent the civs, colored the same as the player colors, and then a bit of stuff over here, and we're good. Does attack work in decimals? Yes, it does, Old Man Willow. Yes, it does. Yeah, you'll see the attack fluctuate. Also, Capture Age displays HP values differently than the game does. If something has 0.5 HP, Capture Age rounds it and rounds it up, whereas the game will always truncate it and round it down. Or even 0.9 HP, the game rounds that down, and Capture Age rounds to the nearest integer. So you might see different values in-game versus in Capture Age. Yeah, the display will round to display it, but the actual HP is a floating point number. And as soon as you get underneath 1 HP, you die. If you have 0.5 HP, that's not good enough. You're considered dead. Yeah. The display in game is truncated, so rounded towards 0 all the time. Capture Age rounds to the nearest integer. Actually, I'm not sure how Capture Age rounds when it gets to 0.5. It might there are different ways of rounding. In different programming languages follow different conventions. I would guess that Capture Age rounds to the nearest integer, but if you program in Python, by default Python rounds, if it's 2.5, it rounds down to 2, and if it's 3.5, it rounds up to 4. So it depends on whether the digit preceding the 5 at the end is even or odd. But, yeah. Anyway, forward archery range here. The game's glass is always half empty. It's always completely empty, actually, because you're not going to have any... It'll always round down, even when it would have been more than half full. Is that a weird floating point issue? It's to deal with weird floating point issues. There are different rounding methods for floating point numbers. So, militia into men-at-arms now for Overtaken. As Scout fights the villagers, and we'll have a palisade wall going up for Velesa. And he will immediately wall in his gold vills as the men-at-arms come forward. Again, this is the melee. They have the free armor upgrade, and we will likely see a very quick arson here. So we saw the scout on top of the hill attacking the house early. Now we're going to have the same thing with the men-at-arms, trying to use this hill bonus. Oh, I love this. Overtaken, recognizing the map, and doing what he can to be atop the hill attacking buildings. That scout is almost dead. 4 HP left. Or 4 and some fraction, maybe 3 and a fraction rounding up in Capture Age. However it rounds. So, more walling going up here for Velesa. Yeah, less than 1 HP is a dead monk. However small the fraction is less than 1. It can be 0.9999. Or even closer to 1. Or any epsilon less than 1 is a dead monk. So, fletching on the way for Velesa. And sometimes you're casting while the game rounds. Even kills the monk. So Vil killing a skirm. Men-at-arms still doing damage, and Overtaken is forcing a tower up from Velesa. Now that is a tower on only 2 tiles of gold, and that could leave the woodline vulnerable to a tower rush, and that is exactly what Overtaken is doing. And not only will he get a tower up, he'll also take the stone, and the tower will be out of the line of sight of Velesa. Velesa adding in Horse Collar on this map, you don't really have good spots to farm. With the shallows around the TC, makes it a very aggressive map. And when that tower goes up, if the Vils have to flee, they will have to flee past Men-at-Arms. The tower might need fletching, but all that covers so much of the woodline. Velesa still hasn't seen it. He's a tile away from scouting it. Town Watch even coming in from Overtaken, as Overtaken has completely walled up his side of the map. Look at him go. Farms up by the mill. And he's a bit more walling. But Overtaken will take Velesa right off of wood. He's going for another lumber camp, but there are men-at-arms out there. Velesa trying to get enough archers and skirms to come forward. As the scout comes forward, low HP scout. He who towers second towers best. That's true. That's true. He who towers second towers best. I like that. They who tower second tower best. Mining camp up for Overtaken, adding some victuals by the stone. Men-at-arms around in the back. And tower hitting the old watch. Oop. Hold on. The audio might have died. I hope the audio didn't just die on you. I moved my hand to the side and I accidentally turned my headphones off. Good for you? Okay, good. And I worried that headphones dying might have killed the audio, but it seems like we're good. Or not dying, being turned off. So long distance wood chopping there for Overtaken, who hasn't taken the middle. He will play simply with small wood lines in the back. We'll see how well he can get away with that. Still with the men-at-arms forward, but no arson for him, interestingly enough. I thought for sure he'd be going 5 men-at-arms arson, trying to break through the houses of the hill advantage. Maybe that could be a Japanese strategy on this map. But now second tower up for Velesa, trying to reclaim that forward stone. He will be using the stone in the back for now. He does have a good score lead. Looking at the towers, can't quite hit the Vil behind there, who's repairing still. Imagine that being a civ bonus, your monks' conversions will keep going for 2 seconds after their deaths. Oh boy. Monks converting from the grave. So another tower here from Overtaken. This will be his turn to be the second player creating a tower. And he'll construct it just outside the range of Velesa's tower on that gold. Oh, skirm's hitting the archers. And Velesa has to do another tower, so that's 2 towers on the gold from him. As the men-at-arms go to fight the skirms and the archers. With the hill, though, Velesa pushing this back. Overall KD only 5-3, despite how messy the game has been. And this tower not actually going up for Overtaken. He'll run the Vil. And Velesa did win the race to construct the tower. And that tower will stop at 82%. Overtaken could delete it, though, for more stone. He's buying some food. And in the race to the Castle Age, well, Velesa more res collected, and he does look a bit closer himself. Ooh, so with the Persians eco, Velesa has withstood this pressure. He's up by 4 Vils. Even killed 2 forward Vils with the Tower Wars. And he'll do a market. And the Persians are a scary civ. The Persians are about to go up. What is this economy? What is this Persian economy for Velesa? Skirms hoovering around, Scout running around the outside. Those changes to the interface would be right. Can I do it right now? No, I can't. That's going to take a lot of work to set up properly. It's not a capture age option. It's me putting an image over capture age. So Scout hitting the palisade. Oop, brief bit of lag there. Catch up to real time. Round the outside. Is that how you round your floating point numbers, round the outside? That's an interesting technique. Anyway, gold mining, Castle Age on the way, and Overtaken slower to castle by about 20 seconds. has to stop Velesa from breaking in. We'll commit to a bit of stone walling there if the Villes can stop dancing and build the wall. 163 HP though, but at the cost of a villager's life. That Vill did not pathfind properly there. Are there places where one can submit map ideas? Map ideas for what? And for tournaments and stuff, sometimes there are map scripting competitions. You go to the RMS Discord and ask if people could make a map. So we'll adding in some HP to that stone wall. I know for AoE, but do you mean like for a tournament or event or something, or just like a general map? Like for a community game or like a high level game? So both players up, crossbow bodkin for Overtaken. Is Vil struggling to mine the gold? And he's going to ignore the army at his doorsteps and go forward? No, he's going to turn around. He's going to turn around and go for it. I can't script, but I think I have a cool idea. Then maybe go to the RMS Discord. That might be a place to do it. I should probably put a link to that. Remind me to do a bot command for RMS stuff after the stream. Oh, that elephant. Look at the elephant go. Look at the elephant go. Well, deleted a hole so the elephant could run out. That's going to let a scout in. Low HP scout. Oh, and we have a pause. We have a pause right now. Elephant's pushing forward. What's the pause? Paused by Velesa. So if Velesa attacks that villager and kills it, that will be because Overtaken didn't turn and attack the scout. How good are LMMs at vibe coding maps? Absolutely horrible. Another TC coming up for Velesa. Yeah, right. I will. After the command, I'll add a link to the RMS guide, and that has a. Right, after the stream, I'll add a command that links to the RMS guide, and that should have a link to the Discord in it. I should have one of those anyway, since people ask so much. I'll try to remember to do that. So more Villes on the woodlines down here by the lumber camps. Husbandry on the way for Overtaken, and Battle Elephant coming forward. Maybe I could add it as a panel beneath the stream too. So Velesa, nice score lead thanks to that Persian eco. And second TC right in the middle where he has all the middle control. Kind of surprised not to see a dock and demos here. I wonder how this map is going to change in the DLC when we have the Hulks returning. And the demos being nerfed. I guess they'll probably make changes before that's released, but I'm not in particular looking forward to it. Look at that knight spinning around. So wheelbarrow on the way from Overtaken, other archer armor from Velesa. Maybe I should make a YouTube video on that, about LLMs, and investigate how well they code maps.
Yasakuka baginda. Here. Apa shasananya baginda. Yasakuka baginda. Here. Yasakuka baginda.
So some skirms coming around from Overtaken.
Yasakuka baginda.
And skirms picking off crossbows. And picking them off quite effectively there, actually. As the elephant push continues, I wonder if Velesa can make a castle into war elephants and show whose elephants are better. But lots of cheap Malay elephants so far. Persian monks, definitely not good monks. No redemption, no atonement, no sanctity. At least they have fervor to move faster. And oh, a couple of knights from Velesa in the back of Overtaken's base. And that'll simply extend Overtaken's... extend Velesa's Vil lead. As we'll have a TC coming up here from Overtaken. And scale barding armor on the way for Velesa. Gate goes up in the back, house goes up. Monk continues forward as the skirms come around. Keep the other skirms from Overtaken away. Skirm goes down, and in the back, knights have to flee from the TC. But that's, again, TC on tiny, scraggly wood lines that don't offer much wood and won't last much longer. Overtaken a 4 TC boom in his base on the outside, not even claiming too much extra gold, only 1 extra gold. And those elephants in the middle still coming forward. Gold League, Red Cliffy. Is Velesa playing a lot again? Not in particular, but he is in the Gold League of TTL. And so far, so good against Overtaken. Skirms come forward. They'll go for Villese on the wood over there. Maybe go for a palisade wall. So, Monk coming around. As a crossbow goes down, and the elite skirms move about. Monk wants a conversion on the elephant. And skirms have to push out from the TC. As the elephant's in the middle. Not much of a threat, to be honest. With a couple of monks, that pushes the elephants away. And only 10 military in total. And the monk rush continues from Velesa. Right now he doesn't have a great way of pushing the TCs, but that doesn't matter because with 3 Persian TCs, he's pumping out vills like a madman. And his eco is flying past that of Overtaken's. More vills here for Velesa, adding in a stable. Stables, interesting choices against the elephants. Camels don't get an anti-elephant boost beyond their normal anti-cav boost. Pikeman line, halberdiers, huge extra boosts. But it'll be light cav now from Overtaken. Light cav pumping from the stable. There's the upgrade. Vills in the back, still wandering around. Chasing, crossbows chasing the knight. And a few more farms from Overtaken, but 4th TC from Velesa, who at the same time clicks up to Imp. This is maybe tricky for the Malay if it goes late. But their only chance would be a late game push against the Persians. Trying to use their trash units. Try to hit the Persians at a spot when they're trying to transition to farther gold on the outside. Because Velesa needs to take those outside golds too. He's running out. He already has ran out of gold in his base and has to move to the outside. So this map, with how little gold you have, does force you to rotate around the outside pretty quickly. Elephants killing the skirms. Vill's running to the outside. Monks wanting conversions on the elephants. And we'll have Imp and Chain Barding Armor on the way for Velesa. To add... Yes, there are many taunt mods out there. There are many taunt mods out there. You just need to edit some audio files. Husbandry and gold shaft mining. The only problem is everyone who uses... You only hear the taunts of the version you have. You're not adding taunts for other people who don't have the mod. It would be very opt-in as a description. So castle up. Knight camel fighting the elephants. Monks go for conversions on the elephants, as we'll have a forward castle from Velesa, who with the Cavalier upgrade on the way is looking to start spamming Cavaliers into Savars, potentially doing the final armor upgrade, and even getting ready for Trebs. We'll see him probably do chemistry fairly soon. And there's the GG from Overtaken. Here is the GG. You both have to have the mod, so it really only works for close communities like the clowns, yes. Velesa, look at Velesa go. I have no idea what to expect from him, but if he's in good shape, that's wonderful for Velesa. So there's a GG. Is it early? I don't think it's early at all. The Vil counts are still pretty similar, but knowing he's against the Persians and Velesa has the forward castle, look at that res collected difference, which Overtaken can tell by the score. He's up by 5,000 res collected, and even as the Malay is not ready to engage in an early imp treb battle against the Persians. Cavalier will be flooding him soon, already 9 knights on the field, and more on the way from those 5 stables. So as soon as Cavalier finishes, Velesa will click Savar, and then spam. And then spam and spam and spam. And I don't think there's any stopping that for Overtaken. So reasonable GG. Not going to play it out as long as some players would, but I think fairly reasonable. He was in a tough spot there. And well done by Velesa, who goes up 2-0. Should have done a Malay fish boom. I don't know about that. But Overtaken will lose Mudflow, and that does leave Velesa's home map as the final map. Winning as the Persians against the Malay. So this will be our final game coming up. I am going to hop into it right now. We have a 1-minute spec delay. I'm just going to run to the bathroom real quick before the game. I'll be back in 50 seconds, hopefully. Okay, we are back, and we are into the game. So, Overtaken will be to the west as the red Georgians, Velesa to the east as the blue Byzantines. This will be Velesa's home map, who already is up 2-0. And let's see, will we have a dock? We'll have a quick dock there from Overtaken. The mule cart is great for getting the early dock if you chop some wood and drop it off at the mule cart. And he will be going for the aggressive dock location towards the top of this island. Getting a nice dock out there at the front. Want to see Savar? I miss when the Persians had paladins. Maybe I'm the only one who misses that, but I really do miss Persians with paladins. It was such a fun paladin civ. And some of the best paladins too, with the +2 attack. Now they don't have them anymore. I miss it. So, final game of the day, Velesa looking to wrap stuff up with a sweep, Overtaken trying to close it to be at least 1-2. Plenty of wood, a dock by the TC. Well, there's no fish on Mudflow. There's no fish, and you're not going to be fish booming on such an aggressive map. Oh, you mean by the TC? You could, but that's something Viper would only do. I don't think that's a good strategy. You would have to, at that point, leave your starting fish untaken, and then put fishing ships on them. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised if we see that at some point on Mudflow, but I don't think that'll be the meta strat. What you would have to do is then dock the TC, not take the fish early on, use your vills on other resources, and do an early lumber camp. And feudal archers, you're very exposed to them if you have fish traps there. And you need to go for fish traps so early, I don't know if it's worth it to do that. Virgins have war elephants, they don't need anything else. How many sets are left for today? Just this one, Kai World. Hello, hello. Just this one, and then I'm fully caught up on TTL. So more fishing ships for Overtaken, who did have the faster dock and the faster movement to the fishing ships using the Georgians. Byzantine camels, I think, are pretty effective against the Georgians since they are so cav-focused. Overtaken leaving the elephant under the TC, taking the zebra, loom on the way for him. And it won't be much longer until he goes up, as long as he has the food when he drops it off. 18 vills plus loom, getting a dock early on for the fishing ships. And there's loom for Velesa, and he should be able to drop off and go up. Just a few seconds of idle time. Not perfectly clean, but decent enough for a good uptime. And we'll have lots of food left decaying under the TC as he moves to wood. We'll do another meal cart, but moving to wood to try to support the early, maybe second dock, and aggressive play on the water. I remember Viper once fish boomed on El Dorado, a map with shallows by the TC similar to Mudflow. But again, those are Viper things. Ooh, and the scouts passing each other, not attacking. Faster uptime from Overtaken, who now gets a good hit on Velesa's scout. Velesa needing to run away. And gold mine coming up for Velesa as he heads back towards his TC. And Velesa will be adding in a second dock. And second dock too from Overtaken. And walls in the villa just to be safe. Velesa will take some shorefish at that dock. And with a 20 or so second uptiming advantage, the Georgians will start pumping out fire galleys on the water. But they are against the Byzantines. The Byzantines a great fire galley civ with fire galleys that attack faster. How much faster? 25% faster. And they pretty much win the water every time. And yeah, it will be fire galleys. Maybe there are options to try to amass 4 galleys with fletching and run away and take a long-term fight on the water. But I think you'd have to go for a corner dock for that. And 4 fishing ship investment too from Overtaken as his Vill. Oh, if he doesn't have a repair Vill for the fires, that's horrible. Velesa just needs to make sure the Vill doesn't quick wall itself. It's trying to, and it goes down. Velesa keeps the repair Vill alive. And he needs to run away from the coastline there. As the scout from Overtaken stealing 2 goats from Velesa. At least is getting some value out of the scout. But barracks just coming up now. That is not going to be a quick man-at-arms attack on land. Velesa doing the barracks by the TC, trying to keep it safe. And the Byzantine player now can get the fire galleys out and focus on water. A normal galley even from Velesa. So I think Velesa's won the water now. Overtaken has the score lead, I know, but I think I actually prefer Velesa's position in the game. Getting that early Vill kill is crucial. Oh, and he almost grabbed the goats back. Ooh, imagine if you saw those. Scout running around still for Overtaken. And he's doing an archery range now to follow up. But as the Byzantines, Velesa can do a very easy skirm defense. And pump out a ton of skirms himself. So Byzantine fires on the water. Another round of fire production pops out for Overtaken, but Velesa won't be too far behind on his next group of fires. And can even go for a fishing ship while waiting. He's just going to try to group up in the top of the map. Bit of HP lost there. He'll try to run back to his Repairville. Just engaging in the fight. Another fire being repaired. And that one needs to be pulled back. He'll pull back at just the last moment and not pulling back fast enough. This fire does escape. And here comes a demo for Overtaken. Velesa trying to run around. So far so good for disrupting the fish, though. Fishing ship used to block a bit. Nice fire galley micro for Overtaken, who's starting to queue archers. One spear for Velesa. Here comes another demo. Velesa paying attention. He'll split. Avoid the demo as much as he can. And the demo, ooh, a bit indecisive there at the end. And low HP fire goes down for Overtaken. Byzantine strong on water. The fire gonna try to run as much as it can. More fires going down. And that fire, down it goes, down it goes. And repairs on the fire galley here from the Ville on the shoreline. And low HP fires all around. They're both somewhat disengaging. But not seeing any more demos from Overtaken. Feels like Velesa's winning the water. And look at that. Byzantine skirmisher out in time to defend against the archers. Byzantines have that timing, cheaper skirms. And now the question is, will there maybe be a scouts transition on land for Overtaken, the healing Georgian scouts to try to deal with the Byzantine skirms? But that will be difficult if he loses the fish. And right now it is 6 fire galleys to 4. And those are Byzantine fire galleys. Only 2 fishing ships for Velesa, but they are working pretty darn efficiently so far. And can move out to more fish now. This is play all 3. It is not best of 5. Best of 5 is maybe in the playoffs, but these are play all 3. Same settings, silver, gold, platinum as the demo comes forward. Only hits 1 fire though. Play all 3 for the group stage. Ooh, demo doesn't get the Repairville. Ooh, that might have even been more valuable. It does go for the fires. And still Velesa. Maybe we could try to push the fishing ships more aggressively. Want some repairs, though. And those are full HP fishing ships. I think their fishing ships might have been repaired at one point. Maybe more added. So fletching on the way. Another demo coming forward. Good demo shots are maybe Overtaken's best way back. It's a decent demo hit there. On land, still skirm defenses. Velesa adds a blacksmith, good group of archers, but also a good group of skirms. There's gotta be another skirm. Oh, they're on top of the spear there. Didn't see where the 4th was. He's going forward, and if those 2 groups meet, Overtaken will kill the spear, but then die to skirms. And spear going down makes it much better for the scout. So as I said, stable transition now from Overtaken to deal with the skirms. And the fact that he's keeping the fishing ships alive lets him go for that more easily. Velesa also taking a bad fight there. Spear, another spear down, another spear down. The skirms here will dive the archers. And Velesa now has to be careful about scouts plus archers on land. About defending his base. But it looks like he's forcing the fires to flee to the corner. And at the same time, finally will deal with the fishing ships. On land, there is a bit of a farm transition. Lots of vills on berries. So 8 on berries. 5 farms and still some goats from Overtaken. Remember, he did lame the goats earlier, so now maybe it's a bit awkward for Velesa if he has to tower his own gold. And the scouts are coming in to hit the skirms. Spear will poke down scouts, or get 1 poke in. That tower should go up, but still only 80%. Lots of spears lost for Velesa. The spears have been dying left and right. Can I show the standings? I will after the game. So, archers going down. Or actually, this is the first set in Gold League, so there are no standings. Ooh, demo. But slowly but surely, the Byzantines are winning the water. And finally, Velesa will kill the ending fishing ships, or the final fishing ships of Overtaken. 1, and then will it drop off the fish? No, it won't. So, water. 1 by Velesa, who now is adding fishing ships, 6 fishing ships himself. And market walling in the back. Might need a bit more walling to keep the archers out. But using the skirms under the TC. Overtaking the first one up to the castle age, though, and very heavy on gold is Velesa, who maybe has something of an imbalance in his eco. They nerfed Byzantines? No, they did not. That was probably in the Thalassocracy, which was a beta. Why they played an A-tier tournament on a beta, I don't know, and then don't have the patch ready for 2 months, I don't know, but... Or I guess 4 months, actually. That was November. The patch will be in February. I've never understood their development cycle, though. And the patch will be part of the DLC. And hopefully demos are not nerfed as much as they were there. And this could be an overchop from Velesa. Has to be careful. Overtaken is ready for it. And a fraction of wood on the tree. Oh, the villager opens it, though. A villager opened it. How great would that have been? The tree rounds down to 0, but still had wood left on it. You could do that to troll someone someday. So archers all go down. And Castle Age on the way for Overtaken. On the way. And 1 dock goes down. Velesa taking the water. We'll have maybe some timing difference where Overtaken could come forward. It's not well received. I imagine the plan was always to do it with the DLC. And considering there was the DLC announced shortly after, it feels like that was the plan all along. I doubt they would have done such a big rework without the DLC. But I agree, I was not a fan of the water rework at all. I thought the Hulks looked very silly. I thought they needed a graphical rework because the upgraded Hulks were way too similar to Galleons. The demos being nerfed was very sad. And it felt like water as a whole became even more snowbally than it had been in the past. This is the first set of gold, yes, this is the very first set of gold. No scores yet. So, Cav Archers and the Knight running around. House will come up from Velesa and wall this off. So good wall at the front. Tower defending the gold by the palisade. Still maybe a weakness here by the palisade, but he's got Bodkin on the way. Camels now, and he's in peak Byzantine territory. As long as he doesn't get pushed by a larger military in the next few minutes, he's ready to go Skirm Camel. And without Fire Lancers from the Georgians, Skirm Camel feels like it should win him the game, especially with the fishing lead he has. Velesa's undefeatable. I'm sure there are lots of Velesa fans out there. Got the largest cheer at NAC4 when he simply walked into the room at the watch party. So fortified church from Overtaken, ready to defend his gold, speed up those gold miners. And he's got a good force of Cav Archers, Mangonels, Knights, mixture of everything here. It could be a huge snowstorm, that's what I've heard too. So hopefully it's not too bad. Town watching husbandry on the way. Last time we had a big snowstorm, it killed my internet for a couple of weeks. I had tons of problems streaming. So hopefully we don't have that situation again. I want to cast all the map edits I made for TTL. So tower here attacking the Mangonels. Camels and skirms running around. Mangonels killed by camels. And guard tower on the way. There, guard tower to stop the Mangonels. Byzantine guard towers with even more hit points. Yes, I will be at Red Bull. I don't know if we'll have some type of meetup outside the main event, but I do have tickets for it. So all the subs the past month are helping me travel there and get my vacation set up while I'm there. Because I'm not casting it officially, this is just a trip for me. This here guard... the players, I think, after seeing all the Koreans mirrors in Red Bull, have learned just how effective guard towers were. Tato's a player who used to use guard towers quite a bit, and they're great at stopping monk rushes. Oh, that Vil needs to run from the university. Oh, it doesn't run in time. And just palisades, the Cav Archers might break in. Oh, imagine that Vil had taken a few steps back, did a house, and then ran earlier. She'd be safe and this wall wouldn't be exposed. So Skirm's coming over. They'll probably be there in time, though, to deal with the Cav Archers. And just in time to force Overtaken back. Yeah, only Tato used them for a while. Yeah, Tato did a lot of experimenting on the HD edition that worked out for him. Hesitated buying for finals. Yeah, the Hidden Cup finals were a sweep so fast that they were over before the food arrived. Didn't even get pizza until after Hera had already swept Leary. Hopefully Red Bull will be better than that. I think there's some AoE 4 thing happening too, but that's just like... I don't even know what that is. Converting guard towers is fun. That it is, that it is. If you have Redemption, towers can be converted. Rare though if there are any units defending the tower, or if there are murder holes. You stop that. But Ballistic's on the way. It is honestly one of the most powerful things you can do though, converting a tower, and then suddenly turning the tower against the player who built it, who is relying on the tower to hold an area of land. So Byzantine should be a really good defensive civ against the Mangonel push. Do we have any monk upgrades? No monk upgrades for Velesa despite the monastery. It's in an awkward position. He still has some fish on the water, still has 7 fishing ships, so they're starting to get rather inefficient. And he does have gold at the bottom. He is the first player who went to the south. Byzantines, of course, now free town patrol, so those outposts see everything. They'll see the impending doom of this TC as box formation Cav Archers. What is this AI army from Overtaken run past? Yep, the monk has to be adjacent to the tower, like every building. And like siege towers now. I'm using Mongol Step Lancer. Remember, Step Lancers were used heavily when they first came out because they were broken by the Kumans. And I think after they were nerfed a bit, people didn't quite realize how strong they still were. Oh, thank you very much for the donation on YouTube. Thank you very much. Let's see, can I click the like button on that? I think I can. Oh wait, I can't click the like button. I can reply. I can't click the like button, but I can click a heart. Okay, I don't know what I just did, but thank you. YouTube gave me a button I can't click. What is that? Well, thank you very much for the... Is that like a super chat, I guess? That's what YouTube calls them? And I'm guessing that is the pound symbol for the currency, so thank you. And Mangonel snipes another Mangonel. Do you think the siege towers are going to be nerfed? I think so too. Right, we nerfed them for TTL, and I think we'll have some type of nerf in the actual game for the DLC. I do think it's a shame, though, that they can't get a patch out before the DLC. Mangonel hits the farm in the south. We have a TC here, and Camel going to attack the Mangonel. Force the Mangonel away. And there is a range, and a Camel hitting a Cav Archer here. Getting pounded by the donation, is that what they say in the UK? Do they make that joke? Oh man, I'm worried for the huge army count that Overtaken has. He has all of the map, other than the water. But Velesa may be the more important parts of the map, though, because he has the gold in the south. And just with Vils out there by themselves, Overtaken has not thought to look down there. And now he's losing... Ooh. I was saying, I didn't like how Velesa was surrounded with red completely surrounding the base, but now that Mangonel changes that, and the red is no longer surrounding the base. Great outpost for the Mangonel fight, but Byzantine TCs with more HP will be a bit stronger. As the Cav Archers have to run away. And the Mangonel will attack the other Mangonel, and down it goes, down it goes. How do you edit a unit stat? In the map script, there's a command for editing stats and doing data mods. You can't do everything you can do in a full data mod, but you can do a lot of things. So Imperial Age on the way. There are these things called effects. You do effect amount with the unit and the stats you want to change, and how much you change the stats by. And you have a a decent ability to change stuff, even though it is limited. So the castle is on its way though against a Byzantine player who's up to imp, and already has guard towers defending. So what's that castle gonna do? Go right here and then lose a treb fight, or even a bombard cannon fight? So we'll take out the towers and delay the TC, but doesn't hit a gold. Velesa could go down here. It's not gonna be in cannon galleon range, I don't think. That'll be more than the 13 tiles of cannon galleons or the 15 of elite. And no siege engineers for the Byzantines. Oh wait, they have dromans too, so definitely not in droman range. Okay, hopefully I can click the snooze button for the ads, because this game's looking like it's getting to the end. Yeah, forward castle that hits very little with no imp behind it. There's imp for Velesa. Bracer and chemistry on the way for Velesa too. And not even gonna need them because GG from Overtaken. I won't even need to click the add delay button, as we'll head over in Capture Age to check the scores. 69 kills for Velesa, and Byzantines on a water map doing what Byzantines do, winning the water, and holding on to win the game. Faster imp, and well defended from Velesa while booming. So 3-0 from Velesa right at the start. What a start for him. I'll just update this scoreboard here. That'll be 3-0 for him. And looking at the maps, that'll be a win on High Tides as a dominant Velesa, giving us a good opening round for TTL. And that final win will be Byzantines, my favorite civ, over Georgians. So GG, let's just take a quick look at the standings then. Will they be updated in time? I'm not even sure. But let's just check them out. So we'll look at Gold League. This just finished, so what are the standings? The standings are pretty much nothing because we have... Oh, that's the qualifier. I was like, did you spoil something? Pretty much nothing because we have Velesa now 3-0 over Overtaken. So Group A there. Doubt is in gold. He'll be in the same group as Fire. This group will be hilarious. Doubt, Fire, Kapach. Sorakuma might win that group. He might be the best player there right now. Group C, this Group C is going to be crazy. Kingstone, Margugu, Uzi, Jordan, Ganji, Dogao. And then Group D, Daniel. Daniel with a chance. Can Daniel win this group? Turs, Stone Please, Kasva, Deduzu, Daniel, and Classic Pro. All over here. And let's go back to Silver, which we had casted earlier. Today, Kozomonot Lamo is not live anymore. But after one round, hard to say much about the standings. All of Group B is played. Waiting for Goku and antagonist in Group A. Group C, Kozomonot Lamo we saw earlier, and then the Stark set was rescheduled between him and Bad Koala. Everyone's played there. So I think that'll be it for today. So I'll go raid someone on Twitch and we'll end the stream on YouTube. That was 5.5 hours of streaming, and I need to go take care of my car and make sure I get it repaired properly and get my neighbor's insurance info after it was hit. So thank you all very much for watching. Appreciate all of you here. Thank you for the follows and the subs. We'll see if we hit that sub goal over the weekend to cast in a tux. That'd be awesome to do that on Sunday. And yeah, so goodbye on YouTube, and we'll raid someone on Twitch. Good luck with the car. Thank you. I'll need